My name is Tyger. I'm chair of the SLA committee. I also have with me tonight on the committee Cormac Flynn, Carter Booth, and Anthony Wong. Just anybody who's here from the public to speak on an item, we have speaker cards and there's just some up here in the front. We should fill one of those out and write down the item and give that to us. The way we'll do this is I will first call on the applicant. I'll be taking a few things out of order. We'll call on the applicant will come up, so we'll put your application with us. The committee will ask questions, and then we'll go to the public for any comments and questions. The public can come up and up here and speak into the microphone. Everybody has to use the microphone. When the public is done, the applicant can respond. We will not be doing the back and forth. Everybody is addressing the committee. I'm asking that everybody be respectful to each other when they're speaking. And that's it. There are printouts of the agenda right up here on the table. And I'll take them to the order. Recent layovers. If anybody is here for entity to be born by Shawmut and Tang at 144 Sullivan Street, we got one layover today, so we will not be hearing that this month. And entity to be born by Jason Pomeranc, about a week layover the other day. I think those are the two most recent layovers that we have. So the first application I'm going to call is HHLP for Associates. I'm not going to move 3 or 4. The corporate change.
Hi, I'm Steve Stevens, 50. Here on behalf of the HHLP for Associate LLC and 3 additional co-licenses are not named. This is the Hyatt Union Square Hotel. It's at 76 13th Street, which is 13th Street and 4th Avenue. As you mentioned, this is a corporate change application. It is about 9 levels up. In the chain, actually none of the principals are changing. All of the existing principals are staying on the license. Operationally, absolutely nothing is changing. What's going on here is there was an acquisition by a private equity firm, and it is having a nationwide impact on the company. We actually have to go to several CBs to do this exact same thing for the state local authority. Control and operation is staying with the hotel manager who is not having any changes. They're still on the license. Marina is here with touch and answering operation questions we have, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Everything for the public is going to stay exactly the same.
Okay, so the I was going to say the hotel is 4 a.m. The restaurant is 2 a.m. The sidewalk closes at 10 p.m. The door closes at 10 p.m. Background music only. The only outside is the sidewalk. There's nothing on the rooftop.
That's correct.
And
2 cents of parcel.
I think that's why. Does anybody want to
You're just willing to agree to everything that's in place, correct?
Yes.
Stipulation agreement to be signed.
Absolutely.
Does anybody have a public comment?
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is Bowery. At 992 Bowery. This is the restaurant line license. Is anybody here for that application? Okay. Yeah. The next one is Lessee Pizzeria 2 LLC at 01 West Broadway, restaurant line. Yeah. Thank you, that's all we need.
I'm Salvatore Carlino. I'm the owner and operator of Cheers Pizzeria. And we are beginning to operate a pizzeria on the corner of Canal and West Broadway. That's going to function just as a pizzeria. The 301 Broadway spot is going to offer glasses of wine with dinner. And the operating hours are set to be 12 p.m. to 12 midnight.
Okay, so. You have two entries, one on Canal Street and one on Broadway, right?
Correct, but the canal entrance doesn't go into 301.
Okay, so is that part of the license?
It's one piece, yeah.
But you will not be serving alcohol.
No.
So that people will come in on this Broadway and you'll staff.
No, it's gonna just be a counter.
So if somebody wants a glass of wine, when they come up to the counter and order their
Correct.
pizza.
Yes.
And where is the bathroom?
It's in the basement.
So then how do patrons access the bathroom?
It's a straight, they don't walk through the private area. It's part of the main event.
Where is it? Stairs back here, they go behind and then have to walk down the stairs and then. Right. Okay. And. So. This is the center. Is it, and then there's no music?
No.
And there's no outside seating?
No.
And did you talk to the people that live upstairs, or the residents upstairs?
I think we reached out to the block association and we had copies of documents.
Did they sign something?
I think that no one objected.
I don't think we got anything to show anything one way or the other. And then, are you soundproofing anything?
No, with this, we have, there less than 18 seats. Going to be,
Are you open now?
no.
No. I just. And your residents right at the pub, right?
Yeah.
And so, does anybody from the committee have it?
I'm just looking at the floor plans here for the bathroom. And it looks like the bathroom in the basement is just in the front. Yeah, and it's down there and there's no wall here.
There's no prep in that basement.
Yeah, you got your fridge, your sinks, I mean, that's a working area.
I think you're looking at the 375 space. 01,
I'm looking at the diagram and guys, it says basement. But
And so the pizza place, not accessible to the no, no. So the pizza stand on that side doesn't have bathroom, have to go around the West Broadway.
It doesn't have, yeah, it doesn't have any seats, it's just a standing eating.
So, okay, that was my question as well, about the basement, but let's,
So how do you get to that other basement? I don't see any stairs in the piece of the portion.
It's a cellar on the side of the,
How do you get to it?
through the basement on the side. Yes, I have some.
Because, okay, so that's,
So just, are there two bathrooms, one in the basement that's under the pizzeria and then another one under the restaurant spot?
Yes.
Okay, so I think one of the things is we'll need to have a diagram of the basement under the restaurant spot, so we can understand. Is there a wall that separates the two spaces?
They're not connected at all, the basement's not,
What about the ground floor?
the ground floor is not connected.
So
That's a certain. It's only to put a slice or a pie.
right. So why are you licensing the pizza bar?
Why? Because it's one lease for both spaces. So when we submit to the SLA, they require that to be for leasing one space.
yeah, like, basically.
Correct, but we're also not serving on that side at all. There's no,
So then why is it?
because it's under the same lease and it's a part of our lease. That's why. It's only reason.
So, and so I think I'm just looking at the call to see what they, Elizabeth Smith,
My question for you is.
your question, can I ask something fun? Good.
what do you? So on the pizza side. So the basement, which looked to me like it has fridges and other sort of food, storage area. There's access to the sidewalk hatch. And how frequently in the course of the day are you going to be needing our staff to need to go up and down out of that, opening that hatch?
I would say 3 times a day. It's hard to say because I don't have convention based on the volume of the weekend, but that does depend if we have a good product in the basement or not. I would say around 3 times a day. We also have ample storage above ground too. For that reason, no one of the guys want to drive out. Trying to go on the stuff.
And so you're not like leave the hatch open, you hold it after the roof.
No, it's actually against health code. We can get a massive.
Yeah, you might, anyway. All right.
No, so the SLA recently doesn't require that. Oh, that's a commercial space, that is a functional commercial space, it was before us, I can try to understand, but I don't believe it exists, because the building from the 1800s.
Right, what was the?
I think it's, so the front, I know that the front was previously at some point, it was a specialty store for food, but that was also when the corner was combined into what is now a wine store. The 301 side, in the last, I think, 10 years, was just a cafe before us.
So if we put in a complaint to the Department of Buildings that it's non-conforming use, because it hasn't been shown, and you can't use the basement, what we can do
If I wasn't allowed to use the basement
for customers.
for customers, then at that point, I wouldn't be able to have the amount of seats that I have. So I wouldn't be.
What I'm saying is that, but you don't know if you can use the space, is what we're saying.
The basement, if I'm allowed to use it as a bathroom.
Basement.
So
we have that. So.
I mean, I can definitely use the diagram. I'll say this, there's no prep in that basement whatsoever. It's just dry storage. There's no compressors, there's no motors.
It's tiled and the staircase is wide enough for the public to go down and some texture so that the public can safely go down. It's not the type of narrow staircase at all. It's actually the width of that diagram, that's accurate, but I wish I had more of a drawing for the basement for you guys to look at. But there's no fridges down there as well. All of our refrigeration is above, inside the 301 space, and also underneath 375.
Right, but there's nothing that. You don't have any, there's the basement uses or anything, right?
Not on the level.
Our problem is that we don't know if it's in the state. The property showing that it's used or no, that's.
Okay.
I mean,
You know, I have. Oh,
part of the building,
okay.
um. I don't know. The problem is, we need to have the power to make it really that.
So I still need that for 115 seats for wine and beer.
Right, yeah,
Okay,
and what the other thing you have that.
okay.
So I don't know,
If you don't even have.
My space, the buffer tank. Okay. Right. So the next step for me would be to get a letter of no objection from the building department.
now, you want ladies over, and see if you can talk to them.
It would be tremendously difficult to do that, because we're beginning to build the space. I mean, the fate, like every construction's happening, and it is an important piece for us moving forward. It's really difficult for me to do that. That puts us out almost another 3 months. I'm getting a temporary permit because so I should also mention that I do have a current license in my first business
Right.
in Avenue, on Avenue X. And I can tell you that process is
No.
yeah, it's not, it's a lot of drawing in my end, nonsense.
I just, you're asking us to approve something that we don't see that is able to be there, so
Understood.
for the same, you know.
If we absolutely have to do that, I don't know, I need to, you know, just work out, so that's what you guys need, and absolutely, whatever, it's best.
That's,
Can I email this before the next meeting? Is that possible? If I were to produce for you guys,
you have to produce it before we have our full board meeting this month, otherwise then you have to come back next month.
okay,
You know what I'm saying? We
Of
can't,
course.
so I guess we'll see.
I don't see any record here except this two application and everything else.
I'll talk to the lawyer, we'll come back
You
and.
can do there and, yeah, and let us know if you want to roll it over, we'll discuss it in our business session, just.
Okay.
It's hard for us to wait in on. Anthony, so
Just the bathroom and the basement.
that, yeah,
Okay, and use of the basement.
who's got the basement for the back?
Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next application is going to be Union Square Rice. LLC doing business with Rice Teriyaki at 110 University, is anybody here on that one? Okay. All right, so then the next one is Serafina To Go at 110 University as well. Is somebody here for that? Yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah, but because we have two applications in this insurance tonight, I want that, so we just need to start with where you're located is at.
And,
Good.
yeah, this is
Can
the space on the corner.
you want to just be, come close to my,
With respect to the two applications, I can speak to that first. This is a class change application. CB2 got 2 30-day notices for, CB2 got 2 30-day notices for Serafina. And the reason for that is because this is a class change application for current notice and discussion with the SLA to get permission to submit the temporary retail permit. In the class change application, and during the pendency of those discussions, we also decided to go with the strategy of reapply for business from the start, so that we could apply for the retail permit. In which case the license was concerned, but that's what you got 2 30-day notices.
so you're good for a class change, because you got your.
Yes.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so, the director of purchasing.
What is your name?
And so, this is for a class change application, for certain. At the same time, we want to point out that at the time that the application was submitted, or sorry, at the time the 30-day notice was submitted to CB2, the Tavern license, was pending. On October 16th, the full license was issued by the SLA, and that's included in the submission to CB2. So the license was issued, and it was Friday, October 22nd. Or sorry, Friday, October 20, that the that was the first day of operation. So with respect to the stipulations that were agreed to last summer, With the class change, we're seeking, nothing else but, an extension of, the closing hours. And in addition, there's an existing bar, that, previously, did not have seating. We are, also submitting for 6 total bar seats. With the exception of those two differences, this is a straightforward classroom application for Tavern 1 to full liquor. And just to back up and give you a little bit more background here, Serafina To Go, 110 Lessee. The idea, the concept of the management originally was a fast casual method of operation. Deviating a little bit from Serafina's traditional model of being sit-down restaurant. Patients could still sit down, but it was a step back where all they wanted was beer and wine at that time. After a period of time and reflection, management decided that it would make more sense to be consistent with the Serafina model and go forward. The standard restaurant is the locations which exist throughout the city. So with that, the idea was to apply to the class change to get a full liquor license and move back from this fast casual model, and that's why we're here.
Okay, so the hours that you currently have are from 10
10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah. And you are
Looking for Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then Friday and Saturday night until 12.
and then the outdoor seating,
The outdoor seating, the configuration is not changing.
so that's 4 tables and 8 seats on University and 6 tables and 12 seats on East 12.
That's right.
And those hours are currently 10 to 10.
They're currently 10 to 10. We're requesting that they conform with the hours that we've requested overall. However, we understand that it might be an issue with conversations with people. We recognize that the outdoor noise is of concern, and so that's what we want. But
And so I guess that leads me to my next question. Do you speak to people around there?
yeah, we sent outreach communication via email to a list that the community will and we spoke with yes, sure. Myself and Kevin had a video call with her, and she was receptive to what we're looking to do here, and expressed the concern of the community, only with regards to
The outdoor seating. So did she send anything into the community board or anything to you?
I don't know that she's in the book, but do you know that I included the submission line in our correspondence with them?
Okay, so that's in here.
Yes, and that preceded our meeting. I don't think that there was communication.
Oh, so that preceded the meeting. I don't have anything from her saying that she is right.
No, that's fine.
Well, I'm gonna think that I just want to understand that your wine application was received by Liquor from roughly 2022. And it took over 1 year and 3 months to get a restaurant wine license.
We couldn't get.
Can you please speak up further?
Oh, sorry. We had pending approval.
And
We
you weren't able to pull it.
right, we had just finished construction like 2 weeks prior to that.
I don't. So right, I don't have anything from Cheryl, as the communication between the two of you before we met, but there's nothing in here after you spoke.
Yeah, so I don't have a copy of any more correspondence between yourself and Cheryl that was, you know,
Right.
or anything that was sent after, the meeting that we.
Okay, this is a stage. So for the outside, would you be willing to keep that open to 10 o'clock? Does anybody else have any questions? Is there anybody here from the public? I don't know this one, but is there anybody here from the public?
You look through with the proposed rules with the clear path requirements, to make sure that these would match. I don't know what, this is a little bit of a different way now in calculating the clearances.
Since the submission of the diagrams, yeah, just seeing those photos, no, but I'm happy to do so.
You know, I'm just, because this may not, the clear path requirement calculation, I know this is just off Union Square.
Yes.
And so it may have a different type of designation to the street, which don't match the old. I work at the regular, I don't know if you know, the familiar with what I'm talking about.
To the extent that then it's changed, I can back and make sure that the problem is really conforms with what's required.
Just so that there's no surprises
Sure.
for you guys, because I think University Place may be considered one of the higher streets, because the way it's been treated by the city and some of the proposed uses on there, but you may have a wider path requirement, maybe.
Okay, yes.
Stipulations will say, instead of exactly how many seats and chairs we have, that we will provide by those roles and you'll close it to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just not important right now for this, but I know you folks have a lot of locations in this. So thank you very much for the photos. They're all in University Place. In the future, you should also include one on the other side. You know, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is for the hotel and some state for the one room. So the request for
The agenda suggestion, good evening, CB2. Max Bookings, SK Booking PC, attorney for the applicant with me is Tom Trontor and Joseph Amar from the Hotel. It's nice to be back here at the church after many years. So this is an application for a beer and wine license at the Broome Hotel. Broome Hotel was opened in 2014. Has been operating ever since as a boutique hotel, 14 units, 14 rooms, no liquor license there. The application is for a portion of ground. And we try to make that clear in this one plan that we showed you. Building has a somewhat unique layout. You come into the hotel and it's a somewhat small and cozy boutique hotel lobby. We are further, and then you are outside in an internal courtyard, open to the sky, but internal, it's pretty unique for New York City. And then you walking through the courtyard, and then you are back inside. What we are seeking to license is not the hotel lobby. We are seeking to license the internal courtyard and the back inside piece, which is currently used for art and food and beverage. My client purchased a hotel recently. They haven't changed any of the operations they have and plan to. And there has been food and beverage at the hotel for hotel guests since they opened. Really, what we're looking to do is slightly elevate the F&B offerings at this time. So it's adding beer and wine and having food primarily for hotel guests throughout the day. Obviously, as you all know, so under the public liquor license, and we can't stop people from coming inside. It is the design was. Happy to answer your question.
Okay, so the hours,
Yes, hours are 12 and 1.
one is Thursday, Saturday, or Friday,
Thursday to Saturday.
and then, go through the tables and everything.
Sure. So on the inside occupancy is 39 people, 4 tables, 12 seats, and 6 counter seats. Outside we're looking for 14 tables, all seated. The way it currently operates is it's a quiet, sedate, chill courtyard area. The guest rooms are the doors to get in the off the internal space in the courtyard, and so the rooms are right there. So the way it's operated is no standees, and now that we're seeking a wine license, we would stipulate that with you that the courtyard is for seated eating.
Okay, so there's 18 seats inside, is that correct? 4 tables, 12, 12.
Yeah, 12 seats and then 6 counters. 12 seat at tables and then 6 counters. Right, totally.
Okay, and then, and it's background music only.
Oh, no, we ask for the usual ask of, occasional, live acoustic jazz.
And where's that?
That would be, whatever your group is on that, if you're so willing to grant it, 3 piece max, amplified instruments,
No horns, no drums.
no horns, no drums, background, for background.
And how often do you want that, or do you want them?
You're not going to performances, if you can give us a max of probably more than inside.
And then the speakers are, where are the speakers?
So the recorded actors, they give us full speakers inside and they currently have outside the little courtyard area. And so we might have to change.
They want to keep the speakers out.
We would.
And, you go to the lobby, end up in the courtyard. You can't get to the inside without, so it's snowing.
That's right.
So.
I should say, I'm sorry, just on that, snowing, the way it's currently designed is there's like a 5 to 10 foot lip that surrounds the rear of the courtyard, so you can play that like speed.
So then this is a good for us. So this is where the art studio stays. It's 39.
That's right.
So that does not go with this, and it didn't say anything about outside of the courtyard.
Well, we've been doing that. I mean, so that's how the prior folks operated, and been around for several years. My client has engaged architects, and the initial device, the initial impression is, that there is an argument that use is legitimate, and they're further evaluating that, and That is how it's done. We don't wish to change the operation.
There was no,
We were to
Our studio now, use now, we want to change it to being here. It's used
No,
every
no, it's
time.
not. It's use group 9, our studio now. We're not changing the use. The use since the hotel opened has been eating. And what my client has been.
You're aware of the previous application, this application,
Sure.
and the board's position on that?
I know your position in that prior application, which has some differences that we can go through below.
And I'm curious, residential windows, look over this, did you reach out to the people who live there?
We made efforts to reach out to everyone.
There's no alliance.
We do not come to short of need.
Okay, this is SoHo, and talk to the Broadway residents solution.
We did petitioning and we attempted to
Talk to the Broadway residents solution, okay, and then you have some default group that you reached out to that provided support letter.
We did the amount. We did the amount of outreach that is standard for the year one license application for a space that's not a hotel license.
And what is that standard outreach?
Petition signatures and knocking on doors.
And you read our application, you've been coming here for years, reach out to the community groups, you didn't reach out to the two major ones here.
We know what your suggestion is, and you know for years as well that there is a spectrum of outreach that takes place.
And you couldn't send an email to the two community groups who oversee the area?
We are not trying to hide anything from anyone. You're here tonight, and as you post, this is the community meeting, and we're happy to take questions from the community.
We also don't need to come here and waste some time when you can have this conversation, so we've been able to beforehand raise the issues that we've had an overall conversation about things. People hire you to do that.
If there are issues, we'll address them. I would say that there are key differences between a hotel liquor license and what the application is going to do.
but I'd like to hear what the difference is between this application and the ones we heard before in the state. Basically, to me, it seems like it's something that.
Sure. So your 2015 resolution, which recommended approval of a hotel liquor license application, had basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aspects to it. Grounds for this approval, I think they're all somewhat different now. With the exception of, I think what your first one was, which was the CMO. One of the concerns was hotel takeover events, because this was a hotel liquor license. There was that part of the proposed method of operation was events with alcohol throughout the entire hotel. It's not before you today because, as I said, it's application had one limited license process. One key feature of this resolution was the applicant, and that particular applicant, you identify the history of van operations. We don't have that here. You articulated 500 football officers, and 15 of your wine license application is not a 500 football case. Yes, there were concerns about, how the issue of the courtyard space was to be operated. We'll see with the public, as I say, I've looked at minimum, 311 complaints, which you all in the SLA, recommend that people do. I don't see. That's not well, I don't see any evidence of normal complaints about hotel operations in the past several years that we're not, other than adding alcohol, your lines of operation. Maybe change things, but.
I'm just gonna say that once also the application, you feel change. Probably more than. I don't know how to operate before, but I can't imagine that if they didn't have one. So that is a different. Up there, like 2015.
I'll mention that. I do think that, the operation that was proposed in 2015, as I said, as I tried to summarize here, was more extensive, it was full, and there was a 500 case for the whole hotel. And so I think, there's a natural, set of, reactions that you get from residents there. We do have, I'll take your point, I'll grant it, but nevertheless, I think you should grant me at least that we do have 6 years of that hotel operating, which means something as well, and, this is how you ask for, over one license to be your one.
The hours, what you want are the same hours as you want inside, that's correct.
Before I even for that, as I said, you can only get to the inside by walking through the courtyard, but if you want to talk about, no seating in the courtyard after standard time, for example. 10 and 11, that's, you have to, let people walk through it, and which is, by the way, how the hotel guests. Well, I was just there, on all 4 sides of the atrium is hotel, so there's no, there's no hotel 5 stories, there's no direct apartments over here. When you look, up further, like several stories up, and more stories beyond, this space, beyond the hotel ends, there are a few top windows of the building that, I'm not sure if you want to see.
No, I mean, those are the.
Well, no,
Those are the impact.
There are most of the buildings near here, everyone that needs, and my client spoke with one and then attempted to leave.
Maybe possible.
Okay. It's the yard, right?
Hotel lobby,
Yard.
inside.
This is also hotel.
No, what I'm saying is, these are other buildings.
Okay.
They are, but the hotel, like these stairs go in a spiral up to the hotel rooms over here. And these are just, other than the stairs being attached to these side walls, there's no windows.
Sure, 5 stories. What are you telling me? And, but you're saying, 5 stories or
Not those 2 sides.
these 2 buildings on these sides? Yeah.
Not these, right. He's asking where the higher buildings are. So the 2 buildings on these 2 sides are not higher, but
These 2, okay. How tall is this, the back structure space? How much? Yes, 3 stories. So it's about 4 stories, and this is 5. Again, the total building is adjacent behind.
4 floors behind, they start up, the windows start about 2 floors on one, so you want two windows above.
Above back here, I see.
No windows on this side,
Adjacent, push back.
push back.
Oh, I see it.
what you're
Yeah,
looking at
yeah.
here is the building behind.
They oversee, they look into the courtyard.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just didn't understand the setup. No, well, yeah. It's not that it's down on the mechanics, but
But the sound
The
that's coming out of here.
we'll go to the windows. Yeah.
And the zoning also changed.
The rest of the committee? Okay, public. What? Laura Tenenbaum, representing Broadway Residents Coalition. We were not contacted by the applicant, whom we understand was who contacted an organization that has not been in existence for close to 2 decades. I just gotta say, there's no doorman building in sight of this location. I have a whole long list, but I've been inside the hotel. I was present during the application to build the hotel, not the SLA, but the community board had a whole bunch of hearings on that too. I was part of the discussions on that. The ground floor open space was described when built as simply being a area where the community, where the people who used the hotel guests walked through to get to their rooms. It was not described as a place that would be used for gatherings at all. After the hotel opened, they were serving wine. That little, in the artist's lounge, which had, in the artist studio space, there was a big, long service of little small bits of food and also wine. And we did complain, we called 311, we reported to the SLA, and this agencies failed us. The current CFO does not allow eating and drinking. It never did anywhere. And that was an issue. And they knew it. And it's currently, as far as I can see, it is retail also isn't allowed. They have a little store there. Retail isn't allowed there either. That's in the artist, I believe that's in the artist storage area or artist studio space. I think the artist storage, I can't remember which one was which, but I only see one egress to the outdoors. It is open to the public, and they did have a lot of events there in the courtyard. When music is played in the courtyard, it acts like a conduit, and people throughout the area can hear it. It does really disturb the residents. It's unfortunate, but it does. One of the things, if you do go for approving it, is I would love to see a stipulation that there's no temporary liquor license for events, because that was one of the kind of events that was done constantly there. The hours of the hours are way too late for any event that would be in the courtyard. I think 9 o'clock at the latest, and 7 a.m., maybe some quiet, no music, dining. It's got to be seasonal in the courtyard area. There's no way they can do anything there in the winter, I hope. One of the things I was kind of thinking that was since the zoning has changed, they may be able to put something over a roof over the courtyard and consider doing that, which would help solve a lot of the noise problems and also make things a lot more pleasant for their guests. And I guess the last thing I want to say is that literally across the street, cat-a-corner across the street, we have a fest or chompers, which has a which also has a wine license and has a very similar type of menu. There's really no need in the community. Their guests can easily go across the street to that. And I don't really think of anything else. It's just really, really unfortunate that we were not contacted, because I think a lot of this could have been discussed and we could have come to some kind of agreement.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oops. Is there anybody else here for this one from the public? Okay, Max.
Okay, so I'm glad Laura mentioned the zoning change. So yes, there was a zoning change. Yeah, I'm not a land use attorney. I don't think any of you are. No, pretending to be, but what our client has been told by land use experts is that the change in zoning is what allows them to have eating and drinking in the courtyard now. That's what they're being told. We could agree to disagree on that, Carter, if you disagree, but that's what, I mean,
It says art studio.
yeah,
It's
I-
group 9.
understood. I mean, so, I'm not the
agree to
definitive,
decline.
I'm not the definitive, answer on that, and with all due respect, neither are you.
We can
Okay,
put
then
it
we'll- then we'll
today.
defend it.
I mean, that's
Okay.
fine.
On the hours of operation, we heard, what we put there, we thought was, fair, but also aspirational. If you want to, we want to respect what the members of the community are saying, and if you want to, tear down even the indoor hours of operation, let's do that. We had asked for 1 AM
Right.
on weekends and 12 AM on weeknights. You want to roll it back by an hour, so it's 11 and 12. And as we said, I already early in my earlier remarks, Donna, made clear about the outdoor.
So
space.
what about the suggested 9 PM on the courtyard?
Yeah, we could do 9 PM on the courtyard.
And thing I'd say is, what about no music in the courtyard?
That I don't know if I could agree to. That's what, after a certain time. How about it? No music after a certain time. I mean, they have, that's what they've been doing. Your point is heard. So what about?
You guys didn't bother to call your neighbors upstairs and you want us to entertain having music in a courtyard that goes right up to their window?
It's already there. So it's already there. So I'm not asking. I'm not asking you.
Supposed to be there, and it's not licensed.
I'm not asking to add anything. I'm telling you what's already there, Carter.
There's an art studio.
You're asking us to entertain the idea of a liquor license there. So just because something was being done there before, that we can quibble about whether it was allowed there before, whether nobody had to check with anybody before, or anything else. I'm asking you to consider not having it outside because music outside is disruptive to people that live around there. I don't care how quiet it is. You're putting 40 people out there, if I'm right about that, and music. So that's what I would say to that, whether they've been doing it or not.
Well said, Donna. You're right. I was quibbling with Carter, but I hear what you're saying. So how about we turn the music off at 8? We're closing the outdoor space at 9.
Go ahead. Roger. Yeah, well, no. Okay. So,
Yeah, I was wanting to make a point that actually is that, I'm not disputing anything that Laura said about what happened previously, but just so it's clear, my client bought this building a few months ago. They were not the prior operators.
no, I get that. So,
We're not
make sure that we don't have the same sorts of problems, because you all did not speak to each other before you came here, so this is our opportunity to do this. Would you agree to not having events in that courtyard?
We don't plan on renting it out to do any sort of private.
I'm just, hotel guest wants to have a party.
We don't plan on just do any private events and that we expect anybody to do that.
Permits to do something out of the ordinary, it would be regular standard service only.
That's right.
Yeah.
You could write that step up as tight as you
No
like
private parties for hotel guests, no private parties,
in the courtyard.
no
That's right.
hotel parties, no parties. And music ending, you're agreeing to end the music at 8. I mean, I'm not saying this is all okay. I'm just saying,
I
I just
understand.
want to
This
have
is-
what you are agreeing to. So you're saying 8 PM and when.
I'm sorry, this is what we would agree to in return for your resolution
Exactly,
recommending support.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not just agreeing to it for no reason.
Right. Well, sometimes things go to the SLA and it's said, but this is what they're agreeing to. We're agreeing to this. If you support us.
Right, and then the next thing I would bring up to the other point that was raised about 7 in the morning, when can the music? when is the latest that we can actually have that music start?
So you're asking, you want us to commit to a time that we won't have music?
Right, like before noon, before 11, something like that.
Well, they have now.
I'm just talking about the outside, just to be clear on that.
Well, they have now, for example, I think Carter was mentioning, that's an art studio. They just have speakers that play like background violin music in the morning when there's no
Yeah.
real music, no
She
nothing.
gets.
I don't care what-
She wants to know if there's a time in the morning that we will agree we won't turn the music on until this time.
Before 8:30. Breakfast starts around 7 a.m. So just some nice background for the guests around 8:30. It closes, yeah.
How's that sound?
Well, I asked for noon, so to me, that doesn't.
Noon, yeah.
Yeah.
Noon, no, I don't think noon.
I mean, it's outside. You know how we feel about any music outside.
Understood,
So,
understood.
you know,
It-
okay. I think,
How about a roof?
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Somebody, public admin and somebody got a roof, and before people discuss this has actually been a really good solution in several places in the village.
Yeah.
Where you had backyards and you had backyard eating and drinking and things, of people putting, through screen, some sort of to let the sun in, but to dampen the sound.
I thought that was a nice suggestion too. It's something that they are considering with their architects, but we are not in a position right now to be able to say that it would be legal for us to do that or that we can do that. So, unfortunately, we can't make that type of commitment right now. We recognize that why that would be beneficial, and we're not philosophically opposed to it, but we can't commit to it right now. We don't know if we can actually build it.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, I think that does it.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next time, please reach out to the community.
Yeah,
group.
I mean, I won't.
I mean, I'm livid about that, and it's something that you guys are the
No.
conduit to the community. And you're, well,
No,
I'm just
no.
telling you, Max, that in this case, you contacted a 2-decade-old non-existent organization instead of the community groups that represent the area in order for this conversation to happen before we get here.
Understood.
I mean, that's like very.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
On a beer and wine license application, it's not subject to the private law. We have different standards of application and then when it's filed.
And sending.
But,
to me-
wait, I'm just gonna say something to that, Max, because really, the community shows up to whether it's a beer and wine license or whether it's an on-premise license. Community show up, and that's that answer. I'm just gonna say it's disrespectful to the community because you don't have to, because of the 500-foot rule is basically what you just said, and that's not. Okay.
I say it's respect and love for both, but this is the meeting where, this is the meeting under the law where these issues are hashed out. This is.
Okay, all right, got it. Yep. Okay,
So why bother to
next,
do
Carter,
outreach? You presented us for the support letter, so you do that. I didn't. That's, yes.
done, we're done. Okay, next one is L Pride on behalf of an entity to be determined to 202A Elizabeth Street, and then the same name for 204 Elizabeth Street. Which one are we doing first? Okay, so just public, we're doing 204 first. And do we have any revision in any of these names? No.
What's that?
The names, just even to tell them apart, entity to be formed.
Separate entities, but then neither of them.
Okay,
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I have with here tonight Lyndon Pride, who's the principal of both businesses, or
do me one favor. There's the thing on the microphone there where you can pull it up. Yeah. Thank you.
here with me tonight is Lyndon Pride, who's the principal of both applicants. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license at 204 Elizabeth Street. The space was formerly part of public restaurant. The building was subsequently demolished and rebuilt. Lyndon is the owner of two other establishments in CB2. Cafe Dante at 79 McDougal and Dante at 551 Hudson. This is going to be a full restaurant focusing on wood-fired pizzas. They'll also have a full range of entrees. Since the last meeting, Linden has done extensive outreach. We submitted petition signatures, over 130 signatures, most of whom live in the immediate area. We've also emailed with the Elizabeth Street Block Association. Donna, as you know, we emailed them prior to last meeting. They didn't get back to us, but they finally responded. We've subsequently had some back and forth with them. We attempted to meet with them before this meeting, but we weren't able to. In light of some of their concerns, most of the concerns they raised were general objections to having another restaurant in the area. They weren't necessarily focused on Linden or his operation or his reputation as a proprietor. But given some of the concerns that they've raised, we can agree to limit the outdoor tables at this address to 2 tables with 4 seats each. So 8 seats total, and the same thing for next door. We can agree to close at 1 a.m. 7 nights a week. And
Wait,
we
hang
can
on a second, hang on a second. So you're changing the outdoor tables to 2 tables and 4 seats from 4 tables and 16 seats, right?
That's correct.
And then the hours before were 11 to 2 a.m.
Closing at 1 a.m. 7 days.
So
a week.
11 to 1 a.m. 7 days.
That's
a week.
correct.
And what time is outdoors closing?
10 p.m. And we can also agree to no takeout or delivery, which I know is a concern with the e-bikes. And I just want to point out, while we are aware of opposition, we're also aware of a lot of support. There was a lot of positive feedback about the project and the restaurant opening on the block from people in the area. Lyndon can talk a little bit more about his experience reaching out to people and what exactly he wants to do at the location.
So let me just ask one thing about the signatures.
Sure.
I have 2 pages of signatures that I see
I
in
sent-
the packet. Did you send something
I
else?
sent more today, and they're in the one in front of you.
Okay,
6 pages.
okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, since the last meeting, we did extensive reach out in the neighborhood, outreach in the neighborhood, and a lot of the opposition has been more related to macro issues, especially pertaining to Prince Street and the activity on Prince Street with Prince Street Pizza and so forth. We're a very different operation to that, and I think that some of the concessions that we're looking to make here kind of also identify that we're not looking to create a similar kind of environment to some of those other businesses that create issues. In addition, we're very much hands-on operators that, we're a family-run business. We, looking to create something in the community much in a similar way to we've built restaurants over the last 10 years on McDougal Street, and obviously living and working in these small communities is very sensitive, and we're very active in addressing any concerns that neighbours have with those ongoing businesses, as we are with the outreach here with this new business. And as long-time residents in New York, there's always challenges, and we're very receptive to working with the community to make sure that we're addressing those. I think that this street, there's currently 2 restaurants on the street. There was a note from Eddie, who heads up the Elizabeth Street Block Association, who we emailed back and forth with extensively in terms of oversaturation in the area. I'm familiar with this street obviously very well, having worked on it in the previous incarnation. Currently, there's 2 restaurants on the street, Peasant and there's a Thai restaurant, I think. But otherwise, the street from there down is dark. And look, I guess we're looking to bring something to the community that looks to work within the parameters of what's expected, and create a really wonderful restaurant.
Okay, so there's 104 seats inside, right? Is that right? Do I have that correct?
Correct.
I think so, but I just.
And I think that the key here is, as you see with the menu, we have a wood-fired pizza oven, but it's not just about pizza. wood-fired, wood-fired oven for proteins and a whole variety of menu items, which you can see with the menu that we attach.
So my one thing, I appreciate you going down to the one AM, but is there any wiggle room in here to do anything earlier, other days of the, Friday, Sunday to Thursday or something like that? Because when I mean, you've heard the complaints, and I'm familiar with your other places, and they're very popular because you do, you're known for what you do and you do a good job, but it also brings a lot of people, and I think that's what the concerns everybody has. So just getting rid of the seats outside is not going to, stop what's going on.
I think there's some flexibility from Sunday to Wednesday in terms of those opening hours. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, let me see what other people on the committee, anybody?
Because I'm gonna ask if they can do nights also days, but. So.
I mean, we don't create a big party. We're not throwing, these,
Wow.
big events and so forth. Usually we still have active dining. I understand it's about the patronage at the time, but I guess we have, there's demand that the other restaurants for later dining on those days.
Yeah, the problem. The issue is.
Yeah.
But other people for sleep and have ability of their residences.
Right. So no, I understand. Yeah.
And we are looking at these separately, but there is I'm just gonna say it's two applications right next door to each other with similar.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've changed the other one because we're not going to that one yet.
We're
but-
gonna agree to make the same.
Yeah,
So this with the same hours, so it's still, it's a lot of new seats.
The
out
issue
there.
with the midnight closing Thursday, Friday, Saturday is that it essentially eliminates the ability to see people at like really after 10:30 or 11. And that's
a big 10. Yeah.
That's a big portion of the business there. So we're not looking, people are not going to be seated at 12:05, but people are going to be seated at 10:30 on a Friday night. That's just kind of the reality of his operation and the way that people dine in New York City.
Drink. I mean, especially for pizzas and things, they'll come in and grab something quickly. Right. So Peasant is 5 to midnight, 7 days a week. Okay, so anybody else in the committee have anything? Right now, I'll go to the public. Okay. Go to the public. Michelle Campo? You can do it.
Okay, Michelle Campo, Bowery Block Association, Bowery Alliance of Neighbors, neither of which had outreach come to them for this application, or the other one before. Now, as for, there are buildings on the Bowery, there are people living there in the back who can hear whatever goes on. I believe I heard before about, there was going to be a courtyard in the middle. I don't know if it's still the same thing because there are two applications.
That's not you. There's no courtyard.
It's not the same?
No.
Okay. Oh, that was the corporate.
Yeah, that was the other one.
It's too much ready. So,
Okay.
another thing is if this is a wood-fired pizza oven, wood fire that's carcinogenic. Even if you don't see the fumes, because I had that in my backyard and I couldn't even open my windows, couldn't see it. But it's highly carcinogenic. I don't know what kind of ductwork this is going to have. There should be a scrubber on it. There was a fire in the other one. It was not a pleasant situation. And I think it's, again, as was said before, there's oversaturation in the area. And it is a residential area. And if it's dark, it's because it's a residential area. It's not Times Square. And nor should it be. So this is a big concern. And everybody I know is concerned about this. 2 restaurants on the block was nice and pleasant. They're very low key. They close early. And you know, this is again, and they have a following, as was said, so this means a lot of people to the area, a lot of cars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a concern.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Anybody else from the public? Okay, go ahead. Let's have her sign too.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good.
I'm Lisa Fairstein. I'm a member of the Elizabeth Street Block Association. And I'm here to speak about the application 202-204 Elizabeth. I think very often our neighborhood is taken advantage of by monetary interests because of our shared sidewalks and our charm. And Elizabeth Street has always maintained, as stated, a low-key, quiet atmosphere, especially compared to some of the other streets in the neighborhood that have really been taken advantage of. I have a young child. People do live there, families do live there, and I appreciate the low-key atmosphere. What was the closing time that you all negotiated now for the?
Well, so far we're at 12 o'clock Sunday through Wednesday or Thursday, and then 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
And so
Thursday to Saturday.
What liquor license would that be then? That's a 1 a.m. close, like a 1 a.m. liquor license.
Everybody has to be out by 1 a.m. They
Got it.
shut at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not loud, just so you know, when we do our hours, that means all patrons out, not last call.
right. And so that's what 1 a.m. means. I know that, you know, with full respect to your businesses, because, sorry, with full respect to their businesses, I've visited their businesses, I understand how they operate. But it's a pretty, I mean, it's a bar scene and it's a nightlife scene and it's a neighborhood that's already really saturated with a lot of, you know, liquor licenses and alcohol, and it is super low key. And I appreciate how low key it is as a, you know, person with a family and a person who is really clinging on to the quiet of our street and being, you know, impeded by, as you've heard, what goes on Prince Street and lots of people applying for liquor licenses because of the charm that we offer. I mean, Elizabeth Street has a lot to offer. And then just in terms of congestion, you know, I have a young kid, I walk the streets with a stroller. It's a standard sidewalk width. I appreciate that they came down with the seating and the table, but it still could really, you know, be a lot of people on the sidewalk, especially if the open streets are something that they choose to operate with. And so those are my main objections.
Okay. Can I ask?
Can you ask you to?
I have one.
Yeah, I'll just give it to me. Yeah, just hand it to us. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know if we ran out. Okay, next. And same thing, speaker card when if you can, when you're done.
What is that? Okay. My name is Peter Farrar. I live at 14 Prince and I oppose this liquor license. The neighborhood is an absolute mess. There is trash everywhere. People come into the neighborhood. It's as if people don't live there. They think they're coming to a carnival or an amusement park or something. The pizzeria on Prince Street is a nightmare. If they're planning any takeout, more pizza boxes. How many more did we share the photo of? Okay, so I am with ESBA. I oppose this on all fronts, all accounts, for everything.
Okay,
Please don't forget to fill out.
To sign this.
go ahead, next.
Hi, hello, I'm Eddie Panta. I'm also with ESBA, speaking tonight for the Block Association. Peter has lived on the block for 30 years, I think, 20 years on 14 Prince Street. That's on the same side of the block as the two new proposed liquor licenses, or it's directly next to the new complex that one of these spots would be taking that used to be, well, it didn't used to be, well, what
Sort of.
well, I'll just let him finish, but the reason why we're proposing, we traded emails with the applicants about the two new liquor license, and they just weren't going to get that what they were doing was going to have a negative impact on a block that is in a crisis state right now with the conditions on Prince Street. In large part because they would be putting two new bars on an open restaurant street but it's closed to vehicular traffic, and so that traffic gets pushed onto Prince Street. And we had the similar conversation with the prior applicant, Uni, who wanted 6,000 square feet. But they're not in that building. This is nothing to do with public. 204 Elizabeth Street is the old consolidated Edison utility building that never had any retail, or that never had any storefront. The ground floor was a lobby. And that stretch of that block has been kept vacant. So what we have is a railroad that is there, like Distilled Street, to leverage a storefront in a residential building with 28 units against a new building that now serves the consolidated Edison historic building, and elevated and has kept it dark. I mean, if he wants to describe the building as the block as being dark, it's been kept that way by his current landlord on Distilled Street. And we securely but when you go through quarters of the block, you can definitely intimidate people, curate, and stop people from coming, whether it's other retail people or residents. I don't know, we haven't heard from anybody from 202 who understand that this type of liquor bar is going to open. They have 28 units in there. So because we have to get on the same page with the applicant in terms of understanding the negative impact and whatever good. Other than that, I think the other problem is that if you can be able to win it, then every day is going to be able to win it. So it's coming to sorry, I'm a little partial. And the Little Rascals, which I think has another application to extend before the community board, they're the one not able to. So what makes this special? And we're seeing more and more people want to come to the community board since 2000. And establishes in terms of saturation. This is fire. So it's so that make a lot of sense to us. It's based on saturation. It's based to take out which was fully fleshed out. And I was here or I really CB2 and Carl was first announced. And she always said that they would be revisited, or would be figured out, or would be it doesn't happen. Right. But that some city council person as a journalist. Okay. We're done. Okay.
Well, no, I'm done with the open street because that is not that topic is for a different committee. I'm different anything. If you get that.
So this is the storefronts are following dominoes to legal licenses on that block. And this is a very serious problem for oversaturation. I think that when State Assembly person Grace Lee had a meeting that we went to do what we're supposed to do, we went to that meeting, we spoke to her, she told us what we did to do, we did it. And results. And I don't think that afterwards was sympathetic to our cause.
Yeah. Is there anybody else here from the public on this one? Okay. And just the other thing, can you just describe which space this is exactly?
Sure. So it's going to be it's the southernmost space in the new construction building in 204. So I believe there was a license in the north, a license that was applied for. That's the Uchi space that they're referring to.
Was both space? Well, no, it was part of this space, I believe. No.
No, it's part of the building, but it's not, right?
It's the north retail condo. This is the south retail condo.
Okay, so none of these spaces overlap with that space.
No, and they have the courtyard. If you look in the diagrams, you'll see it's
Okay,
It's adjacent to a courtyard. That's for that space.
so that's it, so it's completely,
Explain where the other application is in relation to this then.
Sure, that's just one building south, one storefront south at two oh
if
two.
we're looking at this, are they both on this one?
So this is up there, just this way, this is. This is, no.
This is 206, 208, or something like that, or
This is
two
the
oh eight
Gucci space.
that goes into here.
Yeah, and that's the point, that's the point out there. That's not ours. And this is access to commercial.
Okay, and then your other application is over.
Yeah, it's.
Right. Right. Gotcha.
Got that.
They're not figures.
Okay,
The neighbor.
so the Uchi space is still there. Okay.
So I just wanted to quickly address a couple of the.
Yeah, just speak up to the microphone, please.
First of all, at Linden's other places, we're not gonna, they are popular. He does run good establishments, but they do cater to the residents of the community. These are not, they're not really destination restaurants that.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I have had a bunch of relatives come visit me over the past year and a half, and top of their list is Dante. So it's a destination. I mean, I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me, I love it, but you cannot tell me that your place is not a destination place. You could say it's great and everything else, and I'm not saying that local people do not go there also, but it's a destination.
Right, well, we have our core business is the local community, and we put a lot back into that local community. We're big supporters of,
No.
number of charities in the area, the Bleecker Street Park Association, we put a lot back into the community, and that's how we build our businesses with the people that surround it. So yes, that people do seek us out to a point, but our core business is the people that live directly around us. And on those signatures, over the 100 and I think it was 135 signatures that we collected from that immediate area within 2 blocks of the location, a number of them are from 202 Elizabeth Street in that building. And I'm glad that the Elizabeth Street Block Association turned up tonight. We emailed extensively following the last meeting. I requested a number of meetings to sit down and talk with them in person. That was not granted, which is fine. But there's
No.
and I also have 2 young kids. I'm very sensitive to young families. We live downtown in these communities, and by no means are we looking to create any kind of nuisance in that regard. I mean, ultimately, the landlord's prerogative, I can't comment on that. And, I didn't know they owned 3/4 of the block, but ultimately, the landlord has built these spaces out to activate them as restaurants. We're coming in to be a good operator to work with the community. I think we have another public speaker.
Hi, I just want to say,
Who are you?
my name is Regina Nadelson. I've lived on Green Street for nearly 40 years. Before that, I lived in Washington Square Village.
So
All I wanted to say,
But-
am I not allowed?
are you
to
with
say-
the applicant, or are you here from the public because you've missed?
No, I'm here for the applicant. Am I not allowed
Is she
to be?
part of your,
No,
I'm a member of the public.
go ahead, but we did the public part. So did you just arrive?
I thought I should wait till everybody else.
No, I said, is there anybody else
I've
here
never
from the
done
public?
this
Okay,
before.
so go ahead. I
I
want,
just want to say,
can I just finish first, just so you understand? So if you do come again, you'll know when I call the public, it doesn't just mean people
I
who are.
didn't hear it or I hadn't yet.
Can I just
heard it.
finish? So then the next thing is, what I'd like you to do when you're done speaking is just to fill out one of the speaker cards here, just so we have a record.
Absolutely.
So, and next time then when the public comes up to speak, it's what opposed, it's in support, opposed, everything. We want to hear from
I didn't
everybody.
realize that. I thought they were just the people who were opposed.
Okay, so no.
Okay,
Public is
all I-
public.
All I want to say is, I've lived downtown all my life, and I know what the people who are opposed to this feel. I really do. I've been here so long, I had to deal with Spy Bar, for those of you who remember all of that. So I'm in real sympathy. And those of us who live downtown and who came here early and love it, we would prefer not to have any bars or restaurants ever open again. I mean, that's really the bottom line of how we feel. All I wanted to say is if I had to have someone on my street, fortunately, I live on Louis Vuitton Lane. We don't have bars and restaurants. But I would have Lyndon and his wife Natalie and their 2 kids who really, I mean, I'm one of those old time villagers. They give money to God's love. We deliver. Their kids are locals. They're real neighborhood people. Of course, they're a destination place. That's because they've made something great. I mean, Cafe Dante would have disappeared if they hadn't bought it. And all I want to say is if you got to have someone, I'd have them. Because I think they get it and I think they're willing to discuss it and I think they'd be willing to negotiate and they really love the neighborhood. And I've never done this before for anyone. So that's
Thank
all I
you.
have.
Do you live
Great.
next door to one of their locations?
Pardon?
Do you live next door to one of their locations?
No,
She said,
She said
I've
that.
already said where I live and what I
Okay.
know.
I just, we've heard differently from people who live in proximity to their other
Okay.
locations, so.
Yes, but what I was
Yeah.
trying to say is I've lived next door to different bars and people, and I've been here longer than almost anybody else, and I'm just. I said,
Okay,
I said almost.
Guys,
I'm a
please,
very
please.
precise speaker. I said
Please.
almost. And all I wanted to say is sooner or later, somebody's gonna move in.
Got
And
it.
I would prefer to
I
have.
mean, I'm just gonna push back a little bit. Having 300 restaurant seats suddenly appear in a building on a residential side street.
I've been trying to
That's,
say.
that's what the challenge is
Look, I've
here.
been standing
No,
here
no,
trying
no,
to
no.
say, I do get it. And if it were me, I would be here trying to keep them out too. I just wanted to say these are decent, good people and an awful lot of the restaurant owners are
It's a-
not. That's all I have
Okay.
to say.
Do me one favor though, please fill out the speaker card so I have your name. Thank you. Yeah, no, people listen. That card's right there. If you just put your name and you can fill out Dante or what, okay, go ahead.
Just a couple of the other points I wanted to address.
Okay,
There,
just-
there seems to be this narrative that this was like this dark block and there was nothing. Public was there for a long time. They were there for at least 15 years. It was a big restaurant. It was busy. There was a lot going on that block and, you know, and they're making it, everyone's, we understand their concerns, but they're kind of making it seem like this is totally new. It was closed for a while. COVID happened, the building got renovated, obviously, but there has been a license in this location for a long time.
But guys, please, can we just, I heard you speak, please.
Lyndon can
Or-
speak to this better, but I do believe that at some point, I don't have the actual file for public. I didn't.
I'm just gonna say it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, yes, it was licensed before or not, but this was a while ago. There are other places that are licensed that probably weren't licensed at that time. It's a new, you know, just it's different. So,
It's different, but there was a lot.
but that doesn't, we have been told by the SLA that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was licensed before, if it wasn't licensed before. It's the application itself. So just because it was licensed before does not mean that it should be licensed again or vice versa.
I'm not saying that it's grandfathered in or that it's been continuously licensed. I'm just saying that there has been a large restaurant in that location before. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And it's been closed for 6 years. And I understand that, but this is not something that's totally new.
But that space isn't there anymore.
The space is not there
Very
anymore.
renovated.
It's a new building.
Right, with different
Exactly.
spaces.
Okay.
And we have other new licenses in the neighborhood. That have increased the total number of licenses.
Not on Elizabeth Street that I'm aware of.
And. So what? I mean, this is the whole area that we're talking about, not just the block. We have another application for 260 seats in the same building.
I believe they came already.
Yep,
And were they approved or?
Yes. we
Yes.
Executed stipulations with them.
Okay.
There's 260 seats for that.
Just a couple of other.
yeah, no,
points.
go ahead,
We-
Lyndon,
We
go ahead.
did say we're not doing any takeaway, which was brought up. a couple
Okay.
Times here,
okay.
right? We did, which was off the back of the feedback from the Block Association. There was.
So no delivery also?
No.
No takeout, no
delivery, no
delivery,
takeout.
okay. And. Did you, no,
I have some questions.
Okay, go, you had questions, Cormac?
Yeah, but.
Go ahead. No, I'm finished.
Okay. I would say about that. Just fast, because I think actually someone who's a big liquor problem with that. You're not doing takeaway, so you're not gonna have paper and things like that, but as we all know, in a establishment like yours, there's no indoor smoking. People go outside to smoke. They'll smoke as they're waiting for the Ubers and so forth. Are you going to do anything about policing the sidewalk from cigarette butts and things like that that were left behind by people?
Yes, I mean, we have a maitre d' and a manager who are on the front door. We take reservations for these establishments, so they're constantly policing anyone loitering on the sidewalk, and part of the initial motivation to look at the space next door 202 was so that if there wasn't an occasion where there's people gathering, then they would have the option to either restaurant. So yes, and in addition, this is, you know, fortunate that this is a new building. A lot of those trash issues that tend to come up are because of inadequate basement space and inadequate trash facilities. In this new building, we have a designated, you know, rodent-proof air-conditioned trash facility that can house, you know, a much larger trash room than any of these old buildings would usually have. And that's something that's obviously really important to us because we understand what the issue is. Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's going to be a truck a half hour later. It'll be in the morning.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And that's part of the, you know, that's part of the new basement space that the new building has provided for us.
Okay, and then the last question on this, somebody was the issue of venting, right? Because I think their concern was your wood-fired oven, but you know, venting as someone who lives in a restaurant block, I know the regulations around venting, I also know the enforcement is crap.
Right.
Right, and so can you speak to what you're going to be doing in terms of ventilation?
So we have a wood-fired grill on Hudson Street. We at the time, this is 2018, elected to put in what's called a smoke hog, which is basically like having a size of a Cadillac Escalade on top of the building on the roof, which scrubs all the smoke. Now the DPA, I think, like whatever the agency is now checking up on those precipitators and ensuring that people comply. You know, we elected to do that at the start, and we do the same here. So we don't have any issues with smoke in that location because of that precipitator.
And if I can just one addendum to that, so between that and also presumably your air conditioning, because new built and everything like that, noise from those venting systems on the roof and things.
Yeah, it's minimal.
Okay.
We haven't had any issues with it. That, you know, it's.
And if it becomes a problem for residents, you'll enclose it or do whatever, have it regularly serviced and not leave it 2 years to get fixed.
Yeah, so that gets serviced once a month, every month, where all the coils are replaced and the whole thing is cleaned. So yeah, it's a very high tech piece of machinery, very expensive. So it costs us about 150,000 to put it in, and it gets maintained every month.
Thank you very much.
On the roof.
So Uchi is 260 seats. This is what, 74 or less, and then 104. There's 438 seats on a residential block. There's 2 restaurants that close at 11 at midnight. And you guys want to come in and you're at part of this addition of 438 seats. I'm finding it difficult to understand how this isn't creating a tremendous impact on the block.
Can you just break down those numbers?
Sure. We have Uchi, which has 260 seats, which is in the same building.
Okay.
Right? You have your other application, which has 104 seats.
No, the other.
No,
This one, okay. And then the other one is 74 or less.
Yeah, I think it's 35 seats.
So 400 seats. I'm sorry. That's the equivalent of, normally we have about 50 seat restaurants in this neighborhood. So it's the equivalent of 8 restaurants moving in a very small amount of street frontage. Right. I'm just not understanding how this isn't an extraordinary impact. And on top of that, having difficulty understanding why it's not one application, but two.
It's two separate buildings.
Oh, I understand. So
Two different-
you're adding two licenses on top of this. It's a pretty significant impact on the block. It's a huge impact of adding two places.
I believe, I didn't represent Uchi, but I believe they were granted a 1 AM license on the weekend. Is that correct?
Right.
I mean,
So they have, so what do you guys want to close at 11 and match the other restaurants on the block?
No.
Okay. So how, I mean, I'm not understanding.
We're not asking for something that's unprecedented. It's been done.
No, Lovely Day is closing during the week at 11 and closes at midnight on the weekends. Peasant closes at midnight 7 days a week.
What I'm saying is what we're asking for has already been granted on this block.
Yeah, but they got it. So you are now the new addition here, creating significantly more impact on the block. You're adding nothing new to the neighborhood. These the similar businesses already exist, not only in the immediate area, in a concentric circle out and out again and throughout our community board. So this is not anything that's unavailable. And it's a significant impact on this block.
We're not disputing that there's an impact, but we are disputing that we're offering something that's offered by other restaurants close by. Lyndon is known to be a good operator. He's known for his food. He's known for his beverage program. He's known for all these things that we're being compared to Prince Street Pizza. It's not.
We already have 2 other Dantes in the community board. That's part of our subdivision under the 500-foot rule. You already offer those offerings in our community.
it's not necessarily going to be part of Dante. That's
Okay.
the same offerings, but that's why it's yet to be determined. There was an incredible amount of support in the neighborhood over the last couple of weeks in support of this. There's, like I said, there's a number of signatures there, and there could be more, if we went out and continued to collect them. So I mean, the response from the community has been very positive. So
Go ahead.
I just to be clear about, essentially the argument, right? So part of the argument for Uchi was that the neighborhood could take this big place with 1 AM hours because it didn't have others, right? So the impact would be X. But now you're saying, well, now that it's been opened and it's 1 o'clock, then endless impact, which was exactly what people didn't want and criticized. And was part of the argument was that with Uchi, it could do 1 because the other places are smaller. Now you're saying because it's 1, every place should go that big. I'm just saying that looking at it from our point of view, it's like you're inverting the argument, like, for us about the logic that was applied to that case. And now you're asking us to reverse field and apply a whole different direction of logic. So I'm not necessarily arguing with you. I'm just saying, look at it also from, I think that's part of the point of view being seen up here.
I just want to clarify, Uchi is 11, 12, and 1. So it's not 1 o'clock, 7 days for anybody who's sitting.
11 Sunday.
I think it's 11 Wednesday, 12 on Thursday, and 1 on Friday and Saturday is what. So here's what I'd like to do, unless anybody objects. Let's move on to the next one because they are right next to each other and we're sort of half discussing it anyway. So we might as well just hear the little bit about that 35 seats, I think.
Yeah, it's
another restaurant that came to us back in June, July. No, different people, same big building, the extent, its numbers were, hang on 1 second. It's in the same, it's the northern portion of the building. So. Yes, it had, and we worked out an agreement. They went back and met with the community. It's the whole thing. I don't know that anybody was particularly happy, which is what a compromise usually leads to.
So really the desire to do the next.
Just One sec. And if you're interested, you can go on the community board website and the resolution should be there. Look under July of 2023. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that the desire to do the 202, the next door, was really to put in an all-day cafe similar to, breakfast, lunch and dinner, that could also provide kind of a, I guess, if there are people on the sidewalk, could bring people into that space. Essentially, I think we've had great success in providing kind of an all-day amenity or what have you. There's not another cafe style venue like that on this block or in this like immediate walking distance that I'm familiar with. And I think that a lot of the, I think all the similar points that we're discussing would apply to this as well.
Is there a breakfast menu?
We intend to do breakfast, but there's not a breakfast menu
Okay.
there for you. But coffee.
But this one says 4 p.m. too, so that
should be 10 a.m.
This one should be 10 a.m.
Correct.
The other one is correct at 4 p.m.
The other one, is it? Yes. No, the other one should we intend to serve lunch. Breakfast.
That's not. Hang on. I'll look at your packet and not what I print out to make sure. Yeah, the other one, actually, you're right. The other one says 11 to 2.
Yeah, 11.
This one does not. This one says 4 to 2.
Okay, that's.
It should be 10.
It should be 10. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't open super early for breakfast. We don't find that there's a need to. But the all-day cafe and coffee component is something that we feel very strongly about.
But again, you're still talking about 2 a.m., right?
No, I think we would do the same
Same
concessions as
concessions.
what we talked about. That was applied to both.
So that would be midnight,
Sunday
to Wednesday.
Yeah.
1 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, and then did you make any adjustment? This one had 3 tables and 12 seats on the sidewalk.
Two tables.
2 tables, 8 seats, and the closing time for outside is 10, correct?
Yes, correct.
10 p.m. Okay, and there's no music outside?
No outdoor music.
Okay, and is there operable doors and windows?
No.
Okay, so. Does anybody have questions on this one? Okay. Anybody from the public have anything that they didn't say on the first one that they'd like to say to this one? Go ahead. Come, just,
Use the mic, please.
yeah.
I think it was a mischaracterization that we didn't meet with them. I heard that being said a lot of time. If we're talking about business, this is not personal. We're not going to meet with you at Elizabeth Street Garden while you're trick or treating with your kid. We sent you an email that outlined everything that you didn't want to acknowledge was happening. That you wouldn't bring up the word sidewalk cafe. You didn't want to bring up a lot of stuff. I tried to email you and try to get on the same page with you, and you didn't reply, and that's the way that ended. It wasn't that, but there's no reason to meet if you're not going to acknowledge what we're here for as a block association.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else from the committee have anything on this? I think we're done discussing it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is going to be One Tiger LLC. Doing business as Tyger-South SoHo Bar, 1 Howard. And followed by entity to be formed by Eddie Buckingham, 189, 191 Center Street. Okay. But we're doing Tiger first. Does that sound right? Okay, did you scan these by any chance or no? Can you do that? Yeah. No, here, let me have them.
Evening, Joseph Levy here. On behalf of One Tiger LLC, I actually have with me here tonight all the principles of the application. I have one of them standing up here. Just getting over a cold, don't worry, I'm not contagious, it's just an annoying cough. You've got two applications before you tonight. The restaurant Tiger on the corner of Center and Howard has been licensed. For years now, it was Nickel and Diner. Before that, it's been licensed, I think, for the last 10 years, more or less. We appeared before this board previously to do an alteration to extend the Tiger's space into an adjacent space, which is SoHo's. We are now looking to come before you to do an alteration to remove the SoHo space from the Tiger space to bring it back to sort of more or less its original form as a standalone restaurant. And the next application you're going to hear is going to be a new application for the SoHo space. This was not done in the cleanest way possible, and no one's really happy about that. We kind of worked with what we had to work with. But ultimately, at the end of the day here, instead of having one license with two bars that governs two spaces, we're separating the spaces and we're keeping one Tiger and we're keeping one SoHo's. The only addition of any space here comes in the form of there's an additional dining area that has since opened up that was not available previously. That will be attached to the SoHo's application. So instead of the SoHo space being a small bar area and limited seating, there will now be additional dining room seating as part of that application, which we'll deal with next. The alteration before you, method of operation is the same, name is the same, menu is the same, ownership's the same. We are just removing the SoHo's piece from the Tiger space. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, pretty much. So the hours are, just to run through that, the 1 AM on the inside.
Correct.
And you still have sidewalk seating?
We do have some, however, we don't have nearly as much as we used to. There used to be the road-based seating and there's a bike lane that was installed there, so that all had to be removed. But there is still some outdoor seating.
On the sidewalk only, right?
Correct.
So that, I think it's like 23 tables and 46 seats, does that?
More or less, that's correct. The numbers that are in the packet are the most up-to-date, accurate numbers there are. It's 108 seats at tables inside with 11 at the bar.
Right.
So
Okay.
119 total.
Okay, inside, background music.
Background music, correct.
Closed doors at 9 PM.
Correct.
And so the spaces, you opened up those spaces when you did the alteration, so you're closing the space again?
Correct. And the only space that will connect is the back of house kitchen area. There will be no way for patrons to get from one space to the other, which is the threshold to make it one license as opposed to two separate licenses. The kitchen can be shared as long as there's no patron contiguous access from space to space. And we're looking to section it off because that's what makes sense.
That's interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Just telling me about each space has one path.
Correct.
Thank you.
So it's a shared kitchen between the
Right
two
now,
spaces?
Tiger has its own separate kitchen. If you recall, when we originally came back here to extend the space, part of the benefit of extending the space and why we even bothered with the limited seating was we needed the kitchen. With the outdoor seats and the indoor seats,
You needed the kitchen.
we just needed more
Did have
kitchen
it.
space. Now that the road bed got kind of ripped away from us with the bike lane, which was obviously unforeseen, the stress is off the kitchen a bit. We still need it, but it is being somewhat underutilized now. And with the addition of the space next door, which has recently become available and we'd like to take, Now we can have that kitchen that can actually service both spaces in addition to the kitchen that's already on premise for the Tiger.
Okay, go. Does anybody have any questions? Anthony, here.
Outdoor plant doesn't include planters. There's planters outside that are never removed at the end of the day. Plan to remove them. Take them in.
At Tiger?
The outdoor planters, we can make them movable somehow, right? Are you talking about the ones that are in the pots?
Yes, they're taking up space on the sidewalk when your business is not in business.
Okay. Yeah, we can look to move those.
What about the plants next door? In front of the doorway that goes upstairs to the office space?
Yeah.
And then you've placed out illegally additional seats in front of those plants where the doorway is.
Where the doorway is,
Since April till now.
sure thing.
Yeah, sure thing. You're talking about the additional plants and then the tables that are at the doorway, right?
Correct.
So as per from what we understood, like the open restaurants, you can work with the neighbors, right? There are no tenants upstairs. With the new plan.
You didn't point to us to change your plan, so you've added additional seats and you've added plants.
Understood. Okay, so that is something that I was not aware of. Right, so
that's not carousels that you're not aware of it.
Okay, no, I'm not, no, I'm saying wasn't aware of the coming forward and kind of coming to you guys about it, right? So happy to make the adjustments to, be compliant.
And again, when we get to that application, you'll see that we included outdoor seating for the SoSos, but I'm fully aware of the fact that there's no DOT program anymore. So that's just kind of there for an example of what we'd like to do in the future. And I'm fully expecting us to go through that application and pull out the outdoor seating because there's no mechanism for it quite yet. And then we'll come back here when there is.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is interesting. I just pulled up the map. So this is considered a regional corridor. And the clear path requirement is 12 feet. And the furnishing zone is 5 feet. If my understanding of this is the furnishing zone is 5 feet, the clear path is 12 feet, that's 17 feet, and the sidewalk is only 18.5 feet wide. So that would, this is just all new to all of us, but is that the interpretation? If that's in fact the street, that's a correct. Because this is a huge impact. For sure here, and I'm just raising it because it's an example where it's significantly wider requirement than there was before. And the way that furnishing zone is treated. Have you looked at those? If anybody was curious, these are the proposed
correct
outdoor dining rules.
I have looked at it, and if there's one thing I've learned so far about the proposed rules the city offers is I don't get too deep with them because they change constantly. Right. So what I'm representing to you is that I'm aware of the fact that although we filled out a DOT form, it doesn't exist anymore. Right. I just want to be transparent with respect to what we'd like to do. And I'm fully expecting to not have that included in this resolution.
Well, that's why I bring it up because since we actually have the proposed rules now, and they often don't change. What you're saying is not incorrect, but in this process, as we welcome to it, I just bring it up because it's a big difference here, and the impact is very different. And I feel like we're having a conversation where you have a significant number of outdoor seating. That's a huge part of your business and has been a huge part throughout your discussions with us. And now there could be an entire almost elimination of almost all of that seating. And now we have 2 spaces. And so I'm just trying to figure out how this all fits together, because as we look at this now, by the time, the other space is all done and connected and all licensed and everything, it's unfortunately not going to be anytime soon. So that's why I'm just trying to understand now, so we have a better understanding, because clearly we had some differences of opinions before on issues. So that we're just clear on what's happening.
My hope is that we're gonna get some very clear guidance that's finite at some point soon. And we'll be able to have a real conversation about it. I didn't really want to spin our wheels, gaming this out when this might still change. Like I said, I'm happy to remove the outdoor part of it. It was my intention. I put it in there for transparency's sake, so you understand what we'd like to do one day if possible. I fully appreciate that with the proposed rules that wouldn't be possible, and we may have to adjust as we move forward.
I was speaking just from what was in front of me and not looking at whatever the existing stipulations are. And since we're discussing, even if it's a reduction in the one Tiger, obviously there are changes. So what is it that we're laying out? And I don't even, Donna, I don't even know what it is as far as the outside, if it's just.
Yeah, it's in the. We have it laid out in the diagram. The current layout.
So, I don't know what if it says it's just for the temporary or whatever it is, because it's sort of a. Because we don't want to necessarily, there is some freedom here for the following year to operate under the old plan.
Right.
But then the second my understanding is that you apply for the new one, you have to go to the new plan. So I don't really.
That's right.
Understand.
So
my guys would have such a significant reduction.
My understanding.
It doesn't make any sense.
My understanding is with respect to one Tiger, we would not have to take a significant reduction. We'll be able to continue to operate under the DOT permit until such time that we convert that. And there might be some allowance to have us do that, whereas maybe it wouldn't be the case if it was a brand new space. My understanding is with respect to SoHos, even though that space had been licensed previously as part of the next door space, this would be treated as a brand new application, would not be eligible for DOT, would not be eligible to continue with anything, would have to start anew under the rules of whatever the program finalizes at the time.
So what our stipulation said on the one Tiger was that you would be coming back just for permanent sidewalk or roadbed seating is
So
what
that's
those
the
stipulations said. So same thing.
That was my main. And then I guess the other just thing is that this. Every time we've heard this, we've had a significant increase in the number of seats, from when it was Nickel and Diner, it was smaller, then it was bigger.
This is actually a decrease from last time.
What's that?
This is actually a decrease from last time, not just the SoHo's place being removed, but also lesser seats inside.
I'm just saying it's just constant movement. And again, just the same as the last applications, adding more licenses, even though they're next door, which.
Yeah, look, technically, we're taking one license that was spread over 2 retail storefronts and 2 bars, 1 bar primary, 1 additional bar, and we're turning it into 2 different licenses. And that's not for the purpose of adding more additional bars and creating this creep effect. It's just actually what we would have preferred to do initially if the space was available and we could have made it happen, but it wasn't. Because that would have made a lot more sense practically. And I think it would have kept all of us from banging our heads against the wall to try to figure out whether this was an alteration, if it should be a new license, how it's supposed to go.
Okay, and
we're not on this new one yet.
Okay.
So is there anything, does anybody have anything they want to say on the alteration, not the new license? Yes.
Laura Tenenbaum, I'm speaking for myself this time. I pass by this way at least twice a week. And I just wanted to speak to the outdoor cafes they've had. During COVID, it was very difficult passing by this applicant's space. Basically, what was left to a pedestrian was about 3 feet. They had a totally inappropriate enclosed built space onto the sidewalk that was against the building. On the building side, rather than outdoor tables, they made an indoor they expanded their indoor space. That's gone now. But it was, I fear it will happen again because it was there for a very long time. And it shows to me a disregard of what very clear rules there were. It was particularly difficult because they had the street shed as well. So that was like walking through
The restaurant.
an alleyway, a very narrow walkway. There are obstructions on the sidewalk because it's a complicated cross over the street from walking to cross the street. It's sort of in the mid block for pedestrians. And there's lighting and other things there in front of their establishment that restricts the sidewalk a little bit more. So I would actually urge you not to approve anything outdoors. I just don't think it's really works well there. And it's unfortunate, but it just doesn't. And I would apply the same, and I'm not going to repeat it again for the next application they make. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just say, Laura, one of the things is that the city's pedestrian mobility plan agrees with you. I'm not sure that the operators agree with you, but there's the identification of this.
How lucky you. That sounds wonderful. Okay, that's it. Anybody else from the committee have anything on this one? Okay, so we can, hang on one second. So you do not have, to, I mean, what are you, I just don't want them to have to keep sitting here.
No, it's okay. What I was gonna ask is if there, like, what the next steps are, so you said building department to reach out, see if I can.
Talk to your attorney or to see what you need to do to get a letter of no objection.
So what do you?
Or if,
It's like, talk to our architect, I can get you guys a layout, description of the entirety of the space, because there is no CO on the space.
Right.
To get that from the building department, to jeopardize my entire.
Okay.
But a letter of no objection.
Yeah.
Just says whatever the existing allowed use is.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't change it, but it is from the Department of Buildings.
Okay, is that the only thing that you guys?
Well, it's the,
Well, we just have to see about what you just said, that will take a long
It
time, so
doesn't-
that's not
it
gonna,
doesn't-
but an LNO.
And it doesn't.
so we need to see something.
My
So-
attorney asked if I could provide this to you guys by Friday. Can we get an architect?
I need the letter of no objection, but you know what we can do? We can follow up by email or something, but that's what I need. I don't need I don't need diagrams from the architect. I need the letter of no objection, which comes from Department of Buildings. That is not as difficult to get as a certificate of occupancy. It's just something that they say that the use is allowed.
Okay, so that's what will be accepted.
We need something like that. We need to discuss in our business session how people feel about the application, but that's what we're looking for, is something that shows like that.
Okay, so
Okay.
we should just be on contact for email, and then if anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Cormac. Okay, go ahead. Joseph, yeah, sorry, I just.
No problem. This is part two, which is the SoSo's existing licensed space that's being removed via the alteration we just heard and relicensed as a space of its own with its own unique liquor license.
So 189, 191.
Correct.
Center Street.
And the footprint of the retail space is being expanded to include an adjacent space to allow for more table seating. So the layout of SoSo's right now is a bar along the right side and seating along the left side and a kitchen in the rear. We are going to be able to expand that to add additional seating. It's in a dining room space that's going to be added. Tables and chairs, not a big party area, not a dance floor, nothing like that. It's tables and seats. You can see the diagram of what is existing and what is proposed.
I don't see existing, but I do see proposed. So, okay, and the hours for this?
So this The hours requested are 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days. Background music here as well. We have marked off there that we want a DJ, but again, that's a DJ playing at background music level. That's not entertainment level. That's not big speakers. That's not subs. That's just background music. That's just being played live as opposed to just playing a playlist.
Okay, and then.
And the expanded dining room is going to allow us to expand our menu as well. So there'll be more than just the bar snacks that had existed there and some small dishes. There will now be an extended menu there as well.
Okay, and security?
There's no security here. We have security.
It says security 130.
Maybe security here, not next door.
So I'm just gonna say that I think, that it's a restaurant. If you're not applying for OP Tavern, it's a restaurant.
Correct.
So 2 a.m. 7 days a week for a restaurant seems late. Security is troublesome. DJ with the security with the 2 a.m. is troublesome.
I will tell you from an hours perspective. 1 a.m. is what we have next door. 1 a.m. can work for us. Security, frankly, that was more just a safety issue that we thought it made sense to have someone at the front of the space.
I think even the way you were operating now, I think certain nights it had security out there.
Most times it's front of house staff. If you prefer front of house staff as opposed to having a security guard, I guess we could undertake to.
So what I prefer is at a restaurant to not have to need anybody standing there unless it's to try to get people to not be standing outside smoking. And so what concerns me is the fact that that may be needed and has been needed in the past.
We would certainly prefer to not have security either. But we also take very seriously trying to keep the area clean and trying to keep people from making noise and creating a problem. And I think our track record there has been pretty good with having no complaints of that kind of thing. And I think that's a testament to the way that we maintain our frontage. So that seemed like a responsible move. If that's a problem for the board, we're happy to consider not having it. But that seemed like the responsible move. That's all.
And there's two menus.
Yep.
It looks, so is the menu switching over at a certain hour? I mean, one has oysters, salad, nuggets, cheeseburger, fish sandwich.
Yeah, sure. So presently, that's the menu that's being served, right?
Okay.
So the menu isn't gonna get switched over. The menu will be consistent all the way across the board, right? So again, more substantial options, Americana style, so on and so forth, that will be offered throughout the night.
So is the steak that I see here, that is gonna be?
The menu will be offered all night. What you have is you have an existing menu and a proposed enhanced menu, not one that's going to switch to another at a certain point in the evening.
Okay, and it will be served until
It'll
1
be fully
a.m.
served until closing, yeah.
And, okay. All right, I think that's it for me. Does anybody have questions?
Particularly worried about it. Besides this fact of what I heard from you. Live DJ, right? But it's soft background music. The atmosphere, the concept is not club-like, right? Not dance, not sing along.
No.
Right? People will be able to talk to each other on a table over the music.
That's the idea.
$7.90.
Because, we'll probably want to capture that in the thing too, because.
I'd be happy to stipulate to that because that's the intention.
Gotcha, thank you.
And the number of seats here is
79 total at tables and 16 bar stools.
so 95 here.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks.
There's a,
So my issue is just sort of what is this? We weren't even told about SoHo when we first came. It was part of the restaurant. Then all of a sudden we got a bar. Then we had TVs. Then we you know, went through all that. And obviously the previous chairman was not particularly pleased. How are we gonna not have any issues here? And just so that there's clarity, there's not gonna change, there's not gonna be a surprise later, you know. And before that, we had what Ms. Tenenbaum was talking about, which was outdoor dining and the roadbed and the now. So all along here, they've been very bumpy.
Yeah.
And so now how do we have this not be bumpy? How do we have this not have music outside when the windows are all open and whatever? How do we not have, you know, lines outside, security, whatever it is? I mean, I can't predict the future, but how do we not have any of those issues? Because this is the main reluctance here.
Yeah.
I think that we'll end up talking about during the business session is that. So, and of course, you've had extra seating in the interim period. You have planners all over the place. So, you know, is this just more of the same?
My hope is not. My hope is that these applications combined are a cleanup of what we opened by acknowledging has been a bumpy road. Some of it we can take responsibility for. Some of it was circumstance that we don't necessarily take responsibility for. However, it is what it is, and we're here to be accountable for those things. And we stand before you telling you that we have actually taken care of a lot of the issues that had existed. Speakers outside are gone. Roadbed seating that shouldn't be there is gone. Other outdoor seating that shouldn't be there is gone. And as operators, as far as operators go, I think these guys are very good. As far as complaints from neighbors or people in the neighborhood, very clean track record. This is generally a commercial corridor, the only residential buildings behind them. They've gone to reach out to those folks. They've been pretty responsible operators. In actual day-to-day operation capacity, I think they're doing a very fine job. As far as things morphing over time, that's one of those things that we can acknowledge and take responsibility for. This before you is, again, it's a cleanup. SoSo's is what it is. And that's what it's going to continue to be, only with enhanced dining, because now we're going to have space to actually have a proper dining room there. That was not the original plan. The original plan was for it to actually be an extension of Tiger, because that's what we planned on doing. It sort of morphed over time, and with how long these things take, it's kind of hard for a plan not to change over that protracted amount of time. But now we're in a place where Tiger is settled. SoSo's exists in its current form and will until something can go through here. And what you see before you is exactly what's going to come through here.
I mean, you're very good at what you do. It's like, just go back to, again, you know, these are pretty egregious violations at different times. And, you know, we just don't want that to happen again. And that's not you, that's you guys.
We appreciate that.
And I just say that because you can talk to us all you want, but you're also going to come if there are problems and talk to us again.
Yeah,
we don't want to be in that position. And I think that's what I just, this is the skepticism. And I know when we get, you know, even with the warnings, even with the chairman of the New York State Liquor Authority being specifically aware, and the new chair being involved in these discussions before, they're aware, they will probably remember it if there are issues when it comes up. And we still have creep and extra stuff. And so at what point do the rules get followed? And that's, well, you know, that's not often that they will have a recollection.
Of course.
So,
and I think my point and part of the logic behind trying to do these separately and acknowledging the outdoor seating and how that's going to start anew and what's specifically not allowed is an acknowledgement that we are trying to clean this up and put it the right way on file so that we can continue in a way that makes sense for all of us and we're all on the same page with what it is. I mean, that's the idea, right? And I think you're right. I think we do have some cleanup that we still have to do. We're trying to do it. As far as the planters, we're going to address that issue and we're going to take care of it immediately because we're telling you we're going to. And
I gotcha, but we were told there were no speakers and we had to document it.
I know, I hear you, but there are no speakers at the moment.
I understand, but we were told the last time that there weren't. And then I had to bring pictures.
I hear you. There's only so much that I can say about things. I'm just saying that the goal here is to present to you what we're planning to do and to be compliant and to continue to operate in compliance with what we say we're gonna do. The goal is not to tell you one story and do something totally different. Like I said, I acknowledge that it's been a bumpy road to get here, but I think it's also fair to acknowledge that generally on day-to-day operations perspective, these guys are very solid and they've invested in the community. They have other places that are not far from this one, albeit in different board. And they also operate there violation-free. And they have residences that live very close to them and they manage those relationships and they're able to do that responsibly as well.
What are you using the 2 TVs for that you're putting in this application?
There's no TVs.
It's removed.
There are no TVs there now, but we're gonna, you wanna talk about?
Those 2 TVs will occasionally be used for events here and there, for special occasions, for events, for corporates, to use them for events, for presentations, so on and so forth.
Placed where?
There will be one behind the bar.
So you were denied back into the bar again.
Yes, and we're coming forward and putting that on this application.
So I'm gonna just ask, can we not have TVs in the space? I mean, it's a restaurant. Why do we need TVs?
No problem.
Just to put it out there, you do still have a speaker on the corner entrance of Tiger hanging above. You just don't play any music out of it recently.
That's been taken out.
Well,
yeah.
Outreach is, see. Of course, this one you have part of it is like 160 Hester Street. You don't have anybody from Center Street itself. So,
yeah. There's additional outreach in the packet in addition to what I presented there.
Yeah, I looked at it. Okay. There's nothing from Center Street. You have the farthest one is 158 Hester Street on the building right directly across from you from the parking lot, right next to the parking lot. There's 202 Hester Street. You didn't get any submissions from there. So, yeah.
Well, at the same token, we've been operating for years at the space and we have no complaints from anybody about operations.
That's not true. You had the, directed by the liquor authority who saw violations and while
specific to, yes, but I'm saying on a general operations capacity, there's not, you don't have an overcrowding, a noise, loud music emanating from the place, disturbing people, things like that. The usual suspects.
Okay, so just the closing time is 1 AM, both places.
It's fine.
It's 11 PM outside. What you have now for that, we're not. And there's no outside with this new space.
Correct.
And the doors close at 9 and everywhere. Just, there are no operable windows. Am I correct on that? On the new.
There are.
On
the new one, no.
New, the old one, yes, but the
Yes.
new one,
New
no.
one,
But
no.
still, I'm just
Correct.
gonna say the doors
Fixed.
and everything.
Yep.
Actually, for that one, I'm gonna say the doors are closed at all times because there's nothing to have open and there's no TVs on the new one. There's no outside, there's no speakers outside anywhere. And the planters are gonna be removed when the sidewalk cafe comes in, the planters come, so the sidewalk is open for people.
Okay.
I think that covers it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is going to be 100 West Houston.
Yeah, Michael Kelly representing the applicant. With me is Steve Miners. He's an owner of the current licensee and of the new licensee. This is an on-premise liquor license transfer application. The current owners of the licensee at the location now, New Jane LLC, doing business as Jane, are starting a new LLC with a new DBA, Sarah Betts. They've had an OP license here since 2017 with no problems. The owners operate 5 other Sarah Betts in the city with OP licenses and another restaurant called Doc's. The only changes will be the menu, the DBA, and the new entity. We would operate according to the current stipulations we have. Be the same seating, 38 tables, 140 seats, and a 10-seat bar. Hours are the same, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Background music, full service American restaurant. We have submitted a letter of support from the condo board and residents of the building. Now, there's currently a street shed outside with 6 tables, 12 seats. That in the future, they're gonna take a look at what the new rules are, and if it's worth it, they may keep that. There is no sidewalk seating because we do have a handicap ramp.
So the one thing I'm gonna say is part of the original stipulations when they came was that there is no outdoor seating, no sidewalk cafe.
Yes,
And
I
that
understand.
went for part of the public interest, I'm sure of this at that time. So we're not in COVID anymore. The roadbed is not.
Well, they were gonna take a look at it to see what the new rules are when the new entity comes in, but it wouldn't transfer over to them.
It won't transfer over
No,
to them.
they would have to
So
apply.
But
this is
the issue is you can't use it now technically because of the existing stipulation.
right.
Just pointing that out. So that's,
I mean, you were supposed to come back to us. If you had stipulations that said no outdoor, they were
Yeah.
supposed to come back with an alteration to add the outdoor. And so I'm just, it's,
Yeah, it just never came up with us because they
Right,
filed
yeah,
for the
yeah.
open restaurant right in the beginning when it came out.
well, this is also an anomaly area because it's actually residentially zoned without a commercial overlay. And that's why you could never have sidewalk seating on Houston. On parts of the block, there's about a 2-foot lane in front of certain buildings. And I don't know which ones they are. But that they have some seating on, but they're actually, we're not allowed to have any seating before. So now the issue for us is, is just having the roadbeds, the noise, and that's something that's not.
No, they've had it
Yeah.
there since the beginning, and we have a letter from the condo board and people who live there. Because they know the restaurant, there's no problems. They eat in the restaurant, there's no noise. They've been there for 7 years. They have 6 other places with no problems. Jane was there probably another 17 years before them. It's a, finally run operation, all of this.
Hey, Mike, so looking at this thing. To the drawings, I should say, the thing, the drawings.
I know what you meant.
To use the bathroom, you go down the stairs, right? And then you walk down this long corridor here, past the freezer and refrigerator and things,
No.
Okay,
To use the bathroom, you go down the stairs and make a right. There's 2 bathrooms right there.
okay. Can you come and show me?
Sure.
I got that. So you go down these stairs. You come out here.
No. But this is the kitchen. This is the upstairs. The bathrooms are on the basement,
Yeah.
right?
How do you get
So
there?
you come down the stairs and there's,
These
yeah.
stairs, which, oh, got it, thank
Okay.
you.
They're there.
All right, where's this elevator go?
So I just want to go back on the roadbed.
So, we put the roadbed up during COVID because we had to be open. Of
course.
Right, like, and we weren't allowed indoor seating, so we put it up. And we're waiting for direction from the city as to whether we could leave it up, take it down. And we're still waiting for that, and, it's debatable that when we take it down, whether or not we're gonna put it back up, when we have to take it down by the city's order, whether or not it's worth it to even put it, the cost to put it back up again.
And once.
I mean, it's $20,000 to build it.
The guidance that the liquor authority put out on
Mhm.
June 30th of 2022 said licensees that have as a condition of their SLA license a prohibition against the use of outdoor space are not eligible for use of outdoor municipal property. In order to utilize such space, such a licensee must apply for a change of method of operation and be approved. So that wasn't done. So basically, since June 30th of 2022, this has been being used illegally because, or however you want to phrase that, because there was never a change of method of operation filed. Because you did have a stipulation that
Yes.
was, that was a stipulation on there.
And I don't believe they were aware of it.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, to be honest.
Probably haven't had
Yeah.
any contacts since then.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially with a local license. I don't think most people were aware of it.
So,
Yeah. Ignorance is not.
Ignorance is
I
bliss,
get
right? But, so my issue is going to be, I can't speak for the rest of the committee, it's going to be the roadbed. Because it's sitting out there in the road and it's not supposed to be there, and I can't approve something that's not supposed to be there. And it's also, it's
What?
this applicant does not have the roadbed, the other
No,
can have the roadbed.
And once, if we get a temporary license approved by the SLA, they'll no longer have a roadbed because it can't be transferred over. They'd have to come under the new rules and then apply back to you.
I mean,
If they go ahead.
I think that the biggest thing is that we would
Request.
ask you just to come back to revisit
roadbed.
that,
Yeah.
should you choose to pursue a roadbed
Okay.
planning. It's also, your neighbors don't help you, with all their illegal advertising, over theirs. I mean, just, and the fact that it's housed in.
Right.
Sitting there, I mean, these are all things right? I mean.
Right, yeah.
You can't put up the sides and all that stuff. It's a little scary place to be at certain times of the day, right?
I would agree.
See people coming at you. but,
Right.
So we understand it's challenging.
Yeah.
It's a scenario of whether it's a good idea or not, or whatever.
We don't even know if it's a good idea. Actually, we were discussing whether or not the restaurant looks better without it. Right? And if you're standing on this side of the house and you look over there and, it might be blocking your view.
As a resident walks by, I can tell you it would look better without it, yeah.
But it's interesting that bringing that up because what's there now is not what would be allowed.
That's right.
So it's hard to envision.
I'm imagining that what will be there will be no walls and just like if.
Not on house.
But I can't say what, the city's gonna do.
So, I mean,
They have proposed rules out, but.
Yes.
I've seen.
since in the future, it's gonna have to be, if it's anything, it will not be this.
Right.
So why don't you just take this down?
Well, no, I mean, whenever, if they just come back to us, because I think what Mike is saying that
They can't, the new entity can't.
take it in,
They can't.
use it at this point.
Might not-
So
they might
whenever
not even
that
go ahead.
goes through to the new entity,
There's only 12 seats in there and taking that out, storing it 4 months a year, might not be.
Yeah,
economic.
So there's no roadbed with this license. You
Correct.
will come back to us for a roadbed.
Yeah.
That's right.
has that ramp, how long has that been there for?
The ramp went up
Was that?
during, when we were close, during COVID. That's the building's ramp. I mean,
Yeah.
So that was recently put in, that didn't exist before?
2020, yeah.
Oh, okay, so
Yes.
that's why it's a little,
Mhm.
my memory gets a little
Weird.
weird. with
It
that.
didn't used to
Okay.
be there, but it's been there for a little while.
Yeah.
Those 3 years. Okay. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Anybody here left from the public on this? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Wasn't there a decade ago to say that.
Okay, okay, the next application is going to be Apex Lifestyle Group, LLC, 7 Spring. And, okay, so we don't have printouts. So you have to look, do
You need one of these?
you need a tablet or do you want to look on my iPad?
I would love to look at one.
Hang on a second.
Just real quick.
I do like to.
No, that's okay, though.
It won't
Just
affect
give me
your
1
application.
second.
You simply need to submit the thumb screws.
Hang on 1 second. Just give me 1 second to. Here, and this is, what are we doing? We're doing Apex. Top one. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Here with my partner, John Billing. My name is Bobby Karami. We're here for 7 Spring Street. We basically opening a sushi driven restaurant. It's on a corner of, well, it's close to the corner of Elizabeth and Spring. Previously Uncle Boone, I think was there for about 9 years or so. We know the neighborhood really well. I actually live on Mulberry and Grand Street. My partner lives on East 4th Street, so we're fairly locals. The restaurant will have roughly around 61 seats or so. Oh, I'm sorry.
It
Is it
tilts
better?
up, yeah, that's much better. It tilts up.
Okay. The restaurant will hold roughly around 60 seats. We doing a sushi counter / bar that is going to be have about 20 seats roughly. We will. There's a couple of things that I think I was just looking at there. We also we decided on some of this new stuff based on the meeting with some of the community members. We will not have any outdoor seating. We will not have any windows opening outside. We will have basically just iPod music. That's it. As you know, it's a low ceiling, so there's really no room for anything more than that. We there more for a dining experience and basically provide just something different than most sushi places have in the area. They're mostly takeout places, etc., and they're very, very tiny. We also decided after John met with Michelle and they were very kind to meet us that we're going to change the hours of operation. So we wanted to do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday 11 and Wednesday through Saturday till 1, I think. Is that correct? Was that okay? Listen.
She'll get up and speak. She'll get up and speak. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
If again, I apologize. I wasn't there. I had to take had some baby issues. So John was there. So my apology if I didn't quote you properly. And that's really it. To be honest with you, we've had multiple restaurants in the city and community 4 or 5, about 9 licenses. Never had a violation. Never had a citation. Always operated restaurants. Between age group of 30-35 to about 65-70, and always food driven. No DJs, no loud music.
Is there any live music?
I'm sorry?
No live music, because
No,
I checked off on the questionnaire, so
No.
that's.
Yeah, I'm be honest with you,
Well, you tried, but-
a little baffled by when I just saw it. I was having a heart attack while everybody's coming up here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure very clear, just literally iPad music, and it's
Back-
4 or 5 tiny little speakers.
And are there, are the windows open?
No,
So there are no operable windows? Okay, so everything's gonna be kept closed at all times?
yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for my questions. Anybody else from the committee? Go ahead.
It's an 18-seat bar, is that right?
22 seat.
20, I think it's 22, but. it's
16.
Oh,
Okay.
Because he counts if you see the 2 deuces in the front, those are seat number 1 through 4, and then seat number
got it.
5 through 20,
Got it.
yeah, so 16.
Okay. And and just to confirm what I just heard you say, right, there's no live music, right, and there'll be no operable windows or opening facades or anything. Now, you also said that you're gonna have, there's no sound engineer, right? You're not doing sound engineer or soundproofing?
We're just playing background music, very,
No, I understand that.
yes.
I'm just concerned. I'll tell you what I'm concerned about is that it's an old building, right? 7th Street, this is not a new build. This is an old building where sound moves funny. And you're looking for hours past midnight. And I'm concerned about the leakage of sound through the buildings and the cavities of the building if it's not soundproofed.
Yeah, so one of believe it or not, our concern is because it's it's a smaller space, so we don't want the sound bounce around, so we're gonna have sound panels and stuff, and also the sound rock, the new sheet rock that it basically does the sound.
or soundproofing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a sound engineer, but they're soundproof.
But
Yes, we all the places, to make sure like I said, I live in the neighborhood. I like to walk around and people be smiling at me and not,
Not yelling at you.
yes.
Okay. Michelle, do you want to come up and say anything or no?
I'm just afraid, so there's a history here. The only reason this place has a full liquor license is because it was a Michelin star rated place. They started with the beer and wine. I just don't, we're contemplating a beer and wine application that's a public interest standard, but or excuse me, on premise, I just don't see anything that's been established yet that, in this particular area, because it's so heavily saturated with liquor licenses, of why just coming in, that there's a full liquor license for a restaurant here. I mean, this area has a long history of restaurants having beer and wine and working, and I guess that's just my concern.
Yeah.
No, it's an on premise.
So, may I? Can I? So we actually, we did, because we originally wanted a full liquor license, unfortunately because of the market and whatever is going on. And then, as I think one of the previous applicants said, we found out that, you might take 10 months to even get a full liquor license. And then we're going to be sitting around and, and sushi, we could kind of compromise and kind of start with that. So I actually had our liquor attorney, I think they sent an email to do a wine and beer to start, and then to go from there.
Then I'm just gonna say, I'm evaluating this as an on-premise, because that's your intention is to get an on-premise license.
Eventually, yeah.
I mean, everybody is coming in because the liquor authority, first, I don't see that I'm unsure if we got anything that was changed on this, but irregardless of whether we did or not, just because the liquor authority is running so far behind and everybody's coming in here for their wine and beer license so they can get their temporary license so they can come back 6 months later and upgrade to their on premise. I'm evaluating it as that your intention, at least you saying what your intention is to get an on-premise license.
Well, all I'm saying is, listen, we live in a neighborhood and we want to be good neighbors. And if we're not good neighbors, then I understand,
Go ahead.
I'm not clear. Are you saying, are you going to be applying for an on-premises license? Do you currently have an application or you'll be filing one? So that's the application we have before us. It's
Yes,
on-premise.
I see. It's an on-premise license. Yeah, so we wanted to basically, like I said, we're very worried about, the consequence of the liquor authority not being able to give license. And I'm sure you heard this story already 1,000 times. So we wanted to do, the attorney, I think, sent an email basically asking to waive it, to do it a beer and wine license. And based on, we had a 30-day notice on a regular liquor license, if we could basically make this into a beer and wine license tonight.
I don't have a notice for that.
We need a new
We
30
need to
day.
have something that tells me that that's what I'm evaluating, and I just checking one other thing.
So
I don't,
So,
huh?
yeah.
No.
So I
And
have,
if you got to bring a license, you don't intend to pursue an on-premises license anytime in the near future, right?
I mean, I think if we're a good neighbor and want to come in here for that. I have another question. If we went to, say, reduce the hours to midnight, could we just pursue with a full on-premise license application that you have tonight?
Right now, the application I have tonight is an on-premise license. That's what I'm evaluating. I don't have it. That's what the 30-day notice is. I don't see a notice for anything else. I don't see anything in December for anything else. So I'm evaluating what's before me, which is an on-premise license. If you want to withdraw that or lay that over or whatever you want to do that works for you, if you don't want to go forward with that, we don't.
No, I like to go forward with it, and if we have to reduce the hours to accommodate and make everybody happy, we're willing to do so.
So what are you going forward with? You're going forward with the on-premises
Yes.
license, so the full liquor and reducing the hours to what?
So instead of 1 o'clock, we make it 12.
So the hours would be 12 to 12, 7 days a week.
Oh, no, actually, there's nobody there on that street on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so we like to make that 11. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 11.
12 to 11, Sunday to Wednesday. And 12 to 12, Thursday to Saturday. And are you serving lunch? Are you open for lunch?
Yes.
Michelle, why don't you just say what you have to say and then I'll go back. That's what. 12 to 11, Sunday to Wednesday, 12 to 12, Thursday to Saturday.
There's no live, and then there's no sidewalk.
This is an okay.
And just so you know, with the on premise, I mean, your attorney, I mean, it's anywhere from 9 months to a year. They're saying it's aspirational in 9 months. The chair of the liquor authority said just 2 weeks ago. So I'm
Just wait a
just,
second.
Yeah.
Michelle, microphone, please.
And so to be on record, I did meet with them before. They did contact me. Did outreach as,
As they were supposed
groups
to.
should. And yeah, we went over, then we went through
They
the whole.
found you too.
Huh?
They found you. They were able to locate you for that outreach.
Found me, yes, they did. And yeah, and they're very accommodating, as were we, and we went through the whole place and looked at everything.
Oh, so you were in the space.
Yeah, we're in the space. And there are, actually, there is an entrance and there are 2 egress. You can go through the front and then there's a door in the back that goes to a little, whatever from the rest of the building, but it is another method of egress, so if you need.
Okay, so that door is gonna be, is there cellar with this? Okay, is that it, Michelle?
Huh?
Is that it?
Yeah, I can barely, I have a bad ear
Okay.
thing. So
Okay,
that's,
so-
yeah, so whatever they said with the hours and everything and the sound stop would be much appreciated and, yeah.
Great, thank you.
And we'll be watching. Yes.
So is there any patron use of the basement or is that, no?
And so that back door is very low emergency egress, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the basement is extremely low ceiling. We're not-
So you use it for storage or something or not?
We probably have some very basic storage and like even
Okay.
us, I'm not that tall, like have to
Is
go.
it a private
Okay.
dining room for very short
Okay.
people?
Okay.
You get in trouble for that.
Okay, so what we have is no outside, no live music. You're going to soundproof. You're not going to use sound in it, but you're going to soundproof.
Yes.
And 12 to 11 Sunday to Wednesday, 12 to 12 Thursday to Saturday. And there's no operable doors or windows, so everything is closed at all times. And
That's
that music is background only.
That's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much. Have a great evening.
you too. Okay. Dragon Pot Manhattan doing business as Shulong Khan Hop Pot. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
You're back again, I guess. I don't do the jail out of, get free out of jail. I don't do the get out of jail free card, Bob's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right now in the country. Been a little bit. News for the because
Hello. So, good evening. My name is Yu Liang. I'm the owner of the Shulong Khan Hot Pot. So Shulong Khan Hot Pot is the global franchised hot pot brand. Has more than 800 locations in the world right now. So we already opened the first location in Flushing, Queens downtown. Last year, and now I have the beer and wine license over there, and there's no violations since day 1 to today. And this is our second location, and the address is 22nd East, 13th Street, between University Place and also the Fifth Avenue, right? And the building has 4 floors, and actually, in our application, compared to the floor plan, floor plan in the lease, actually, the correct information is, the floor plan, there is a basement, which is, first floor in the application. So the basement is the first floor in the application, and the ground floor is the second floor in the application. We already informed our legal attorney to make a revise. Yeah. And also the this has 20 almost 2,300 square feet. And this was a second generation restaurant, and this location has had the full liquor license since 2000, I believe, between 2019 to 2023. This April. And what we are doing is hot pot cuisine. It's very unique cuisine within that area. I believe one of the only 3 hot pot in the downtown that big area, and also the hot pot cuisine style is by using most of the electrical pan with the soup base with fresh fruits, and we don't have the bar, and we serve the alcohol on the table, and there's no live music, only background music, and the operation hour is from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. and which is the same operation hour in Flushing as for now, and also no outdoor seating. The window is closed, and what else? That's basically, that's the general information of our restaurant.
Okay, so the first thing I just not sure about that location, you go downstairs to go in what you're calling the first floor,
Yeah, the first
right?
floor, yes.
So you go down a few steps to the first floor, and then the second floor is up steps from the outside.
Yes.
So do you have 2 entrances, or do you enter?
No, just one entrance. So it's like, you go like 2 or 3 steps down, And the main entrance is on the, basement. Yeah,
Mhm.
basement. And there is a staircase inside, and you can go upstairs. And
Yeah, no.
on each floor,
Right.
each
No,
floor, there is existing bathroom.
but hang on a second, but it's next door to that. You see, if you look, it's next, it's not the unique coffee place.
No, but it's the same.
It's downstairs and then up. So what my confusion was just
Mhm.
when we had the other place that was there just said that they had a small, I don't know, it's just confusing to me. It said they had a small basement, but maybe I'm wrong with that. So they didn't have both floors, I don't think, but that's what I'm not clear on.
Maybe it's
In-
basement.
Inside, I'm not sure. Do you know if they had both floors inside the previous place? I don't know that.
Yes, previous place, they have, staircases, staircases inside to go to the second, the ground floor. So the building is like, only 3 steps, lower than the ground. And you go to the, main entrance.
It's not
When
here,
you
it's
walk
right
in,
here,
typically you walk in here.
downstairs. It was this Babu G restaurant. Yeah, but if you look in the drive, did you look in the drive? Are you in the drive? Then wait, I put more stuff in it. Wait, hang on. Carter.
I go this here first.
Yeah.
Let me just drop more stuff in because I.
Go up here from the staircase. Right, okay.
Hang on one second.
So each floor has a bathroom, which is already, existing bathroom. And we planned 20 tables on the ground, on the basement. It's 7 tables. And ground floor has 13 tables. Total, seats is 64. And yeah, that's what we are planning. Yeah.
I put in the Google Drive. Okay, so. And I don't see a certificate of occupancy. It's just temporary, the certificate of occupancy. 64 seats and then and I don't see a public assembly permit for it with this many seats.
Yeah, well,
So that's my concern is because it's not, looking at the diagram, it says it's 24 people on one floor and 60 people on the other, so that's 84 people. So there's no public assembly, and the certificate of occupancy is temporary. And it has 39 and 81 people. I guess if it has 81 people on the first floor, then that's okay.
Yeah, based on the architect, what architect told us, less than 75 people were good. Yeah.
All right, so
He says it's not going to be less than 75.
Yeah.
no, that's not what the diagram shows, but it does, their temporary certificate of occupancy shows 81 on the first floor and 39 on the basement. And what they have is 60 on the first floor and 24 in the basement. What I think is interesting, there's not an ADA, is there an ADA lift there? No, so this is what I love, there's an ADA accessible bathroom down the stairs if you can get down the stairs.
Right, but it's also interesting because, so on the survey, they're claiming they have 64 total seats, but as you just pointed out, when you count the seats.
No, it says it on the diagram, I mean, I'm just going by what the architect has on the diagram without even counting it out. Yeah, no, it's not, it's 60 seats on one floor. And 24 on the other.
Noting the hours or much later.
Right, and the hours, so that was the other thing, so,
Those are very late hours for that block.
yes,
2 a.m.
yeah. I mean, the previous place that was there had 11 o'clock on Sunday and 12 o'clock on Monday and 1 o'clock Thursday to Saturday.
Yeah.
And this is significantly later, and that was kind of late.
Yeah, because our flushing store, right now, open till 2 or 3, and that's why we originally planned at the same time, but we can do like a little bit earlier, like 12 a.m. That's fine. Yeah.
Like at 12.
Yeah.
Like from 12 to 12, 7 days.
Yes. Yes. I mean, in terms of easier to get a pass. But if we can open till 2, there's no problem. We prefer to later. Yeah, because our restaurant has sometime has more customers after 11.
No, I understand, but that creates a question, right? I mean, whatever your business means, that might be appropriate aspect. That raises the question about what is the appropriate space for your operation, because it's not a space where it's appropriate to have a place going till. Because of the way the block is, whatever, it's just not the right location for that, for something that goes to those hours, be on a big avenue, something like that. Probably new builds, but whatever, but at least on avenue. On this street where there is residential on the street, side street in the village, that street's got a lot going on during the day, but after a certain hour, it turns.
Yeah, I agree. Compared to other quiet, residential area, this is still a commercial district that has a lot of food and beverage stores around. So that's why we think later hour maybe work. Yeah.
So who's gonna pay to do the Department of Building work?
Apartment building work?
Yeah,
the landlord.
So that's in your lease?
Yeah,
That they're
that's in
going to
our
be
lease.
renewing?
Yes.
That the
Yes.
certificate of occupancy,
Mhm.
because it hasn't been done since 2019. And it has to be done every 3 months.
And
So is it gonna be finished? Because there were some problems here, I think, if
Mhm.
I remember, you have an outside area upstairs with all the mechanical work.
Mhm.
I think, I'm just trying to remember, this was a few years ago.
Yeah,
There's just-
there's a outside area. in the
Yeah,
back.
so there were some issues there,
Mm.
and I think that some of the people who live there had problems because it was very noisy from the
Mhm.
mechanicals.
Mhm.
But I also, have you looked at that?
Mm.
And I just saying,
Yeah,
because
that-
that's can be very expensive.
right.
And I think if
Mhm.
I remember, we had some ongoing issues. Mr. Levy was the previous owner here. No, what's his name? Kobe.
What we've been told is because that's a small building, has other than commercial space, there's only 5 apartments in the building, and the landlord was already informed all the existing tenants.
Speak to the tenant?
Yes, we did not directly speak to the tenant.
Because it would be good, as you've heard us say to everybody else tonight, especially for people that live
Mm.
in that building, to do outreach
Mm.
to them and speak to them, and so you get to know your neighbors and see what they think about this, so that they can.
We actually don't advise the landlords
Mhm.
to use outreach because they're an intimidation factor, the power imbalance between landlord comes.
To you.
About the thing and to you.
Yeah, okay.
As opposed to somebody says, we'd like to open a place here. North of tenant versus.
That's a good suggestion. We can do again.
Getting outside.
Because our, project manager, informed, the landlord, project manager to do all the, communication with their tenants.
Something. Well, that's what I
Yeah, so
asked, but
our,
he didn't,
yeah, I mean.
because the way the reso's
Your
written.
own Communication with.
I
the other
did,
residents
because the
and
way the
buildings, but
reso's
also
written
not the
with
buildings
this square
around
feet,
The buildings on either
it doesn't
side,
match both of
because
those.
the buildings across the street is resident, I'm not sure there is there, but that kind of thing, there's sort of do your own outreach.
Right.
Mhm.
I don't know. There are block association the other side beyond Fifth, but I don't think there is one there. I don't know if there is.
I think there's something around,
It might be.
I think there are some show Grandfield, is that by university, that would be
We
this,
have,
right?
Yeah, on our website, it lists, I believe, with, community block associations, community organizations that represent residents.
They emailed, I mean, they sent certified mail, it's in the package.
Oh, they have, right, I saw the certified stamp.
I'm not,
So just, is there a sub basement below what you're calling the first floor? Right, is
Yeah.
there another cellar below that?
No, I think there is unusable basement, right?
Oh, I don't see that.
was not in there.
Yeah, see, okay, so I believe, according to what I can read in our history, reading the resolution from when Babuji, the previous place was there, they had what we're calling the step down first floor and the sub cellar. There's another, so on the certificate of occupancy, they call the basement where you step down, and then there's a cellar which is further down.
Yeah.
And then there's that first floor. So I think the temporary certificate of occupancy has restaurant for both floors, but I think the Babuji people only had the cellar and then that sub basement. I don't think they used it as a combined space, at least not according to our resolution.
Yeah, I
For that, but
remember
then
the
it's-
cellar, downstairs, but it's very low, it's not.
Yeah, it's
usable.
not, that
Yeah.
it says it on the, it just says storage for restaurant, boiler room and meter room,
Yes.
so,
Yes.
so I don't know, Carter, did you see some
No, I mean, just issues.
residents? So I don't know.
I mean, other than that, that's the main thing, and I mean, the other location is just not really comparable. It's a
Right.
mall or whatever it is.
So I think, I mean, the one thing would be, can you reduce the hours on here? Because this is not the same as being in,
I think he said he could.
yeah, so you go to 12?
Okay with that, if 12 is, 12 o'clock, works, that's fine.
7 days. Okay, does anybody have any other questions? No, okay, thank you. We will talk about it during our business session and let you know what we decide. And so, well, if we decide to recommend approval of this with stipulations, so stipulations, when we say 12 o'clock, that means all patrons out. You can still be cleaning up, but that means all patrons are out. There's no dancing, no DJs. It'll say things like that. There's no outside. The music is background only. There's no security, et cetera. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for staying. Okay, and now I don't see anybody else here, but I'm going to recall, I cook Bowery, doing business as San Wago, and Union Square Rice LLC, doing business as Glazed Teriyaki at 110 University Place. I see no one here on that, and does anybody here have any new business to discuss? See no new business to discuss.
I was just gonna invite everybody on Monday to come to the
The
restaurant,
open restaurants,
for the outdoor dining.
the outdoor dining
Is it
it's a
permanent outdoor dining?
working group.
Is it the right name?
Permanent outdoor dining. I don't know that that's the
Anyway,
right
it's
name.
on Monday. So anybody's input.
I think that's the old name. Hang on.
Monday, November 6th. I got nothing going on. I'll be there.
Cormac, this is
Outdoor,
what you've been waiting for.
outdoor dining. Hang on.
Working group.
Yes.
And that will be held at PS 41.
Oh, but see, it says, we have to, okay. Okay, and if you look on, Valerie I feel like she did an excellent job of pulling together a lot of information for people. So if you just go to Community Board 2's homepage, there is a blue box that says outdoor dining. And if you click on that, it will link to the meeting, the rules, how to submit testimony. And then some other resources that the city has, letters that the working group has done before. So there's a lot on there if you want to brush up.
Pedestrian mobility thing that I was mentioning during the meeting was very interesting
Yeah.
because they've already mapped, just through other things, all the sidewalks in the cities and the streets and categorized them into certain uses, and they have certain, what they call the furnishing zone is what was the amenity zone. They have certain prescribed widths that match the streets, and then a clear pathway, and then what the sidewalk width should be. Now, some of ours are smaller.
They're gonna throw this on.
Well, that's the open question, but what I found really interesting is because
Well, they
the
refer to it.
universe is opened, it's referred to it in the
It's
legislation.
referred to in the
But because they
legislation.
opened the universe so wide on where these could be, all of our streets that were specifically, we didn't have issues because they were excluded through the zoning. Example, Broadway, are on there, so it takes a little bit of work to figure out how that's incorporated. And what I was pointing out to Anthony and what I mentioned. From my just looking at that one Tiger space, that they have a 1.5 foot space left.
Right, I heard that.
Right.
I didn't say
Yeah.
anything, but in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I guess I could put that planter into them.
So anyway, so it's interesting, and I think it's all new to us, so there's more information for everybody who's interested in their own area, because it's very different.
Then how were you
Than it was before. So what it could be is that we might actually have roadbed dining in some of those areas, but not sidewalks in certain areas.
Seasonal
because-
roadbed.
Seasonal roadbed.
I don't believe the seasonal is gonna last, but that's another.
Okay, so just, you will take a break. Okay, yeah.
That's right. Right, that's like the.
Bowery, which is the number 39. Okay, next one is,
You know, if they produce a floor plan. They have done a job. I like. Well, yeah.
And it's, I mean, the thing is, the basement is that, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, I just, you know, was looking at that, that's good. His kind of move forward. I don't think that's an impediment. The thing though is that situation is not connected. I, the life in front of the building, that kind of park. In situation. Something, right. He said. No, like, can't have somebody serving. No, not connected to the other.
Right, it has the license. No, it doesn't.
That we should just put it. It's not connected to the other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any objections in place, I just, you know, I'm going with technical concern. Like usually people don't have a CFO, these are things that's a problem, right? But in this case, you know, if that basically is not, it's not that bad, and like become a problem.
Well, what's interesting is that the improvement part indicates that there was, in fact, a solution for this. And a barber shop and a store, those are all allowed, actually, today's, that we know about. But that is, I believe, part of the zoning. So that, the reason we would have been more concerned in the past is it's not allowed, you couldn't have this second in there. Right. I would like there to have it show that there's stores there. The only issue is that the door is the separate store, is not connected. So, I mean, have them. So they just have to use the diagram. Yeah.
Yeah, so you should reach out, because right now, it's not getting to the. No, but you gotta let them know you want.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Next one is where and the next one is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one. Parties and then. The third day of our 12. And. Then the next one was.
Yeah. If I were one number two, I'd be the person who's most impacted by this is out of town. They're stressing clear, the only one exit is the whole hotel, and it's right. That's unclear. It's easier to find a place to go. That way. I think that Max said that still like I think that's I need to point out. But, you know, I think that where to go with it. And I think that the reason I was really upset about not doing outreach, because I could have even brought a notice. At the weekend, we're gonna find out. And this whole thing there is the Laura's point. And I just felt they didn't. They didn't, I mean, I thought that was a good deal. Yeah, you can. You're just, yeah, and then they said, oh, we don't do anything. Yeah, no, more than I. You know, at the same time, if they can resolve things, you know, what would be an okay situation here? What would be what would I don't. Maybe we want to sit here and load the last before all of 7 windows in the front back. And he's in denial. And that was one of my issues. Is that you can't have a conversation with the community. The reason that and they rely on us to do that. That's fine. Just more hammer that. I'm not saying this forever. I mean, that would be ideal. No, they always come back. Right? And what were they going to? They were willing to do 11 and 12 on the inside, 9 p.m. goes to the courtyard, 40 in the courtyard of that. If there was one at 8 p.m. in the courtyard, we began at 8:30. You know, and the excuse for because of everything, because it already has these down there, it's not a problem. Well, how do they know? Because they didn't do any outreach, because nothing, how do they know about it? I think Cynthia is. Cynthia is. So, I mean, this just sort of can be there, right? Yeah. His argument is something that the zoning changes allowed. No, That is true. That doesn't, but you file. You don't just. Yeah, and that's the use group. And that's, you can have a catering. This is not a catering.
No, I could right off.
And then, what would be, the hotel, I mean, you guys look at that floor plan.
Yeah. I look at it.
So it's sort of some, I mean, I haven't really looked at it, I want to consider that on the video.
I mean, it's very hard, because like I said, Indian said, these are near the entry to the end star, and places like that.
There's an art studio store. That lobby, it's on lower. Both of which.
Small speakers near the internal entrance, so that's what Tiffany wants to understand. But see, is there any outdoor music? Yeah, small speakers near the internal entrance, that is not speaker door over the outside. Right, that's what we put down here, which that's what made me go look to see what the layout was, because I think it's one of the situations, but it's all on the inside, but outside. How do you involve it in that?
You can see, I don't know if you look in the drive. These are some of the types.
Oh, no, there's no question.
These are the.
No question to me that they've been holding events there that have been dangerous.
Yeah, and so.
Residents, not, you know, I think
That's
just part of the answer to that was that, oh, I didn't believe that.
right, and that's sort of why it's like, you know, they hire you know, to reach out. Sorry, I mean, this is like.
I'm like, you, I understand.
And these are the pictures from Cynthia's.
I didn't.
Apartment.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really see the whole thing.
I mean, am I?
No, I think you're trying to do it. I didn't want to get involved with it. You all were, you know, the two we were like talking about how we scale that way. I was kind of like, you know, your active outreach shouldn't be your line versus signature. Indoor versus outdoor.
Right.
Like, you know, it should have to do with the level of impact, right? You know.
Attitude with the team, they're on, they're right.
There's a one association that covers this area, which hasn't been forever. Had a phone bill, yeah, and contacted one association, and had a conversation with them, and then reached them all about the project. Additional outreach is being conducted to the question petition secretary, and as I recall, up to the day before the meeting to produce this. As to what I understand of that. You call, I mean, how hard is it?
Building. Because it actually makes it work, like you need to be out of your neighbors, that's what I'm gonna see, joint property.
But I think that's what we have to do a little harsh in writing that part of it. I think.
Fine things involved in it, but, just, you know, like me. I mean, I think the community outreach is an issue, but I think the real issue is simply knowing, right? He said, as he pointed out, they've been using this space, they've been. They just bought it, but but the previous owner was using the space. And then the speaker system, and then the speaker system is instead is there already been running. And our point is, yeah, and it's been a problem, right? Yeah.
So with that said, I mean, if there's no major input,
Yeah.
well, no, right? And he said he'd only agree to the exchange for our food.
But you don't say.
Even though he said he did the other things, what he was saying, that agreed to, he wants going up there and saying, this is what he wants, that's what he said, and only if he said to us, on things that were recommended.
Right, we remember it. But the thing will work. That the rear thing closed by 11, did you say? 11?
Yeah, he's got 11 and 12 in his drive, and 9 to 4.
I don't. First, they have to establish that they can do it.
That's, yeah.
Right, that's number one, with rather than objection. What are they describing themselves always on this? No, but this is important, right? They have to say they can do whatever.
We're on the hardest level of the
Yeah, so food and beverage, so that's, we translate to eating. So something that shows an eating drink, accessory that we all apply. We don't have a problem, we're, think that is not. That they don't hire events. I think those are just maybe. And I think that we just have to talk about, you know, that they didn't get outreach. And then all.
I think the issue is that they did not outreach and put it into what we're looking for. Because I think that the you know, the SLA was like, yeah, the SLA was like, you didn't talk to the people when you're the one.
I wouldn't have gotten that. They submitted something to us and said they did the outreach and it is the. Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to pursue. You know, even Max knows that. I mean, maybe there's lots of things they would have their they could have liked to do that everywhere else.
So, roll the die. So the next one, after that, well, this. I'll try to go 4 and then I'll try to go 2.
So I know, you know, so Joseph confirmed that the application. I didn't say, did say that that's, you know.
It's there.
It's there, the situation, it's a huge space, and I mean, this, I mean, this is what the name of the group's all going to about. Just, how do they go from public to one place?
What the other?
Yeah, there's 4.
For the other places there, for the other places that are there, where they have that there, there. Testing.
Well, that's been there for a long time, it's changed hands, you know, Mark Forgione, they go to them at Sundays. And one of the street blocks, on Broadway Day, they've been there for a long time, they had a lot of issues when they first opened in the residents, and a lot of, you know, it was a bunch of weekends, and, you know, the issues, why are they, why prices come in, with tons and tons of people. I mean, I think that other letter, while it's have a name associated with it, describing it was, people who see that, over there's a letter from somebody who was next to the second people street, but it's the monster definition, location, bottom of one street right there, they're all different. As we saw, we can walk up to
This actually came up, so people may not remember, probably. During COVID, I think it was right around there, right? There was something happened with them, I don't know, with Dante, but maybe there's a change in corporate or change or whatever, but they were in front of us. And I was solicit because I'm like, these people are terrible dancers, it's terrible, you know, it's really bad. And, you know, well, I don't know if these are, how much these owners business is all, but the thing is, like, they're terrible. And that was what I really wanted when Don stepped into it, but it's like, oh, we're neighborhood, I'm like, because at that time, my argument on this committee was that we should, these people stop all of them. And the argument the other way is, you know, COVID now, this is a historic, important village location that brings tourists and answer down. It's like, dude, you're only open now at that location because of the tourist attraction. You're not even able to that.
And that sort of brings up the issue, right, is that there was a loss associated with a bunch of stuff going on there. They've not been active in the past. You keep getting new people that come everyone. You know, going to that group, so it's not right a couple of people. And we already have a 260 seat place that's approved in the building.
Right.
You know, and so I mean, this
the hours,
this is precisely what all the community groups are trying to engage with the state elected officials on. And what they're trying to. Yeah, and in this particular case, it's like, it's not even just the applicants. You know, who they are, it's just the physical sheer numbers and whatever it was. And storefront that's less dwelling than the.
And then they're gonna be the last, because they find out, landlord, they're go part of the space, and they convert them all.
Or that's what I thought.
No, but the landlord who's the third of the law.
And he's converted to do this building and rent and sell it.
But this is not.
I mean, the only reason that I mean, I don't know if we recommend.
I mean,
I think we have to put it in hours, is what happens.
but I mean, that's what I was gonna say, people weren't there, I would have approached this differently. I would, you know, I would YouTube it, something out, right? Where when you YouTube it, I feel like this puts everything so much.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think that we need something in. Because,
Well, then I think that it should match, what the day.
Yeah.
and they were working,
When I was trying to let it run for there, is the fact that, you know, there's an argument for that, even so if he does it, right? Because the argument would be, hey, the place here is open on weekend, so it's different. The argument would be, there's this huge place that's just open to one on the weekend, right? And it's changing the thing of the law, so You can't add more to the down part impact. Hey, that's right. And we might look at the style and that's. Because the thing is that they already have a place open to let out for anybody who's there that out. And they just got a place that's huge, that's open to those out.
And just as you said, this is a destination. Tolerated and.
Right.
You know, it's, I think that Gucci.
The tracks are pretty in. I think they have one place.
Sharp and vocabulary.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that. You know, when you compare that with the building. You know. Yeah. And I like that. You know. But if they were to do something, you know, I think that the hours that should be gained.
You know, it's a wall or it's cheating.
Most of the, in the vicinity, these. And there's all kinds of not. In those three spaces, that's one of the businesses. Putting it in. You know, what's predominantly a, you know, local neighborhood. On local side streets, and while, you know, it allows the use of on the ground floor, that's like a kind of like.
The irony about it is that one of the things that makes it attractive. They usually go there at the garden, the city went to the full house.
And then it's not supposed to be that you take it apart.
I felt the guy on that one. Yeah, the politicians told you, we'll come back when we visit, see how it's going, they never had. Jeez, what's the name?
Which is the same thing we discussed with you, like, they're even like, they're gonna have all Uber.
We were to be on Prince Street. Everybody's gotta walk up.
Yeah. So we deny this. With me writing it down, but should it?
Yeah. Well, just put in the alley, that's not the end.
I think we put it in the warehouse.
Yeah.
Right.
But they wouldn't agree to that. I just say that, because then that gives the board a position to have that discussion. Should this move forward?
Right, like what I said.
That's not coming out of me, because you know, I'm eating. Tries to make me. Using that one. Okay. Chair. I said, no, I'm not participating in this discussion, because we said no.
And nobody can speak in favor, so no one was in favor. But she wouldn't want anything, but if it had to be something, she's like, yeah, but there you go. She wouldn't want to be. No, but she said she was there, she didn't want anyone either, but
I think she lived in some side lane or something, that's not the restaurant.
See, this is what's crazy. I don't think if this is a regional corridor. They need to follow it. Right.
Okay, so we're denied.
What's the street considered? One road before that, right?
Right, I don't think, yeah.
Like all the ones in the city. I don't know how that's gonna.
You'll see if those proposed rules actually stay with the sort of evaluate.
That's like. They'll, you know, look.
Okay.
They don't want, it's part of this. This is why it's together, the. New York City,
And part of good city planning, climate stewardship is why they put together, right, the city law on, you know, their city laws on change things. And then they just sort of set it aside, right, so it's just like.
Okay, so the next one.
Sorry.
One Tiger. That's the.
Once again,
Yeah, that's the removal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have to write it separately.
Yeah, but why would we be okay with the rule? I want to know, we should diversify. The water.
Wait.
That's another. For different names. I'm sorry, they're breaking like every possible rule. You know, so with that said, it seems like this is happening.
The final package, I think,
And so, right, we want to be clear rules. Because they will go out. Or we have something totally weird that comes out because they already gave them. What they wanted.
Right.
And they added on. They originally had 200 versions. And we gave them the one, I knew that, so. I do. Mine is not full, I guess. From the agreement, but that's one of the very different things.
that is also my.
And if they want to get, I mean, the biggest, most egregious thing is metal. Outside town. Crazy.
That was all.
Well, that's what I mean, that's why I look at this stuff, and I mean, it's like. I think that they're changing what the diameters, but it can blow out.
We'll see what happens by this time ends. So, okay. So for the alteration.
It's not like somebody we need to gather the PDs, which is the other. Right. Thing, it's a big thing.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that we do this.
Okay, so.
And then there will be next. Yeah, so that's.
The only people who said that there would be a need to,
And they said they have.
yeah.
Background music, they didn't say.
They said DJ background music, and that's what I was like, DJ. Was good, like, it's-
But I mean, it's like when they first opened, they were told. And we didn't even know they're having them far. Right? And then they don't want the two big ones. So. You know, what I was saying about not having surprises later, the DJs are like, brings the surprise, right?
So
It's not a restaurant.
if you recommend. Not a.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because then we're not gonna have, you know, it's like, if we do that, it's gonna have some other twist.
I'll go along with that, strategy, if you would like that.
But for sure, we've done something to do it, but now with the registrants.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that if you wanna do that.
But I think we went through enough there, all the problems that I think we justify that.
So, due to the history.
Due to the history, we can just do this thing back, and we're adding another one. In this space. There's room. You know, they can do it with that, I think, you say it, it's. Style. They have to go. So that's an interesting thing to bring up, right? Is
I don't know.
The style of operation is such that they should. The liquor authority has taken that away as a final element. So it's, I feel like I would know that somebody else.
Need it.
They're proposed, well, said.
The board, you know, the authority is a bunch of suburbanites who like, you know, think that it's 1970.
But you know, that's an interesting thing with the security guard, that it's, that the premises is not limited to those. Over 21. That's what we all. Like, that's actually what we can do. Is that's a defining characteristic of what restaurant was in one.
Right.
We don't. That is something that we should, if there's a security guard, that's not something, you know. Those under 21. That's what should be argued.
So.
Regarding the actually, everybody is the man. Think about it.
Okay.
I'm okay with speaking to people. I'm okay. At 7 Spring Street.
You know,
I mean, it's surprising that you can hold the meeting.
yeah, you know, this is our third or fourth.
Our third weekend, our third weekend, actually, I will say this one, he only laid it over once, got his information and he showed up. So this one seems a little more possible than some of the other ones where he laid it over.
You know, I don't, this went along. That's okay, but this is one of those things that just.
Right.
Yeah, see, I'm always like, it's like I'm always kind of nervous, like, go along everything you ask, the pushback, it's kind of like, okay, you don't seem to take this very seriously.
Well, I mean, whatever, we've got another application, that's those are the remnants.
Right. So anyway, we just put some special design to 12 Thursdays, Saturday, no live music. For sound food.
There's no one for the development, because no one up on the windows.
There are not.
No. And there, and there's sound food.
Yeah, that's down. And then.
Finally, it's those hours that they, that the. Stipulation, you know.
I've been tracking that.
Yeah, that'd be, that's where you go, you get fired. And then the rate that. Yeah, then we say, yeah, but they're good.
You can fire for.
Yeah, but you know, you know, use it.
There's no hour for. Close window. Don't go on.
Eight days to and that day the operate.
Oh, that's good.
And that's how it
Give us a second.
Like casino hospitality,
Yeah, that's. That's
but that's not. Oh, it is, right?
Like what, you know, informed by that.
Well, this is ridiculous too, you have that and have, you know, the independent part, L part, and part of the exact. And it's the same one, the whole. Yeah.
And so there are other, it's like tuxedo hospitality, there's the other thing, like. Are there? Yeah. They first. Right.
Wait, nine that, you know, those got tribes?
No,
Yeah, that's okay. Reader.
We're ready,
Okay.
thank you, Mark.